School board members, take your seats, please. This May 26, 2022 regular meeting of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. I would like to offer some comments tonight from the board. This was an incredibly dark week filled with unbearable tragedy for public education and our country. Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas experienced a horrifying act of gun violence that resulted in the tragic loss of 21 innocent lives, 19 children, and 2 educators. Many more were injured. The Fairfax County School Board strongly condemns these senseless acts of gun violence. We share in the collective anger and grief of every parent, student, teacher, and school employee. We offer our deepest sympathies to those who have lost loved ones in Uvalde, Texas, and our support to those for whom this brings painful memories of past gun violence. The safety of our schools and the children and staff within them is our highest priority. FCPS has one of the most advanced school security systems in the nation, and we make critical safety upgrades to our buildings each year. As you will see later this evening, we will continue to assess our protocols to ensure the safest learning and working environment possible. Your child may have questions and concerns after learning about this tragic event. There are resources and information on the FCPS website that can help you have these conversations. I also encourage students and families to reach out to our amazing school counselors and school psychologists who are here to help you. This week, the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors voted to declare June 3rd as Gun Violence Awareness Day in Fairfax County. We will do the same this evening within Fairfax County Public Schools. Our nation is reeling from the tragic loss of life to senseless and hate-motivated gun violence in recent weeks. Buffalo, Milwaukee, Laguna Woods, Houston, and now Uvalde, Texas. Before we proceed this evening, let us take a moment of silence to honor everyone who has been affected by these tragic events. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a performance of the national anthem by the Poe Middle School Symphonic Band under the direction of Zachary Gomez and Nate Sorensen. All right, thank you, Poe Middle School. Agenda item 2.02, certification of closed meeting compliance. In order to comply with section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, it's necessary for the board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on May 26, 2022, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during the closed meeting. Is there a motion? Moved by Ms. Corbett Sanders, seconded by Ms. Dernak Kofax. All those in favor? That is unanimous with one person away from the table. Agenda item 2.03, announcements. Ms. Keys Gamara has submitted a written request to virtually attend this evening's meeting due to a medical conflict. All those in favor of approving her request? Okay, that is unanimous with everyone at the table. If you'd like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, then information may be found at the back of the auditorium or on the website at fcps.edu/schoolboard/boarddocs. Tonight's meeting is being broadcast on Channel 99 and live streamed on the website at fcps.edu/tv/ch99. Agenda item 4.02, policy 4750, deferred compensation retirement savings program, and item 4.04, regulation 2601, students' rights and responsibilities, have been rescheduled to the June 16th regular meeting. Agenda item 2.04, Bellevue Elementary School 70th anniversary recognition. The board will invite each recognition recipient and their supporters to step up for a photo with the board after the reading of all of the recognitions have been heard. I'll call on Ms. Corbett Sanders for this recognition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is truly an honor to be able to have this recognition tonight because I had two children that just thrived at Bellevue Elementary School, and I had the pleasure of being the PTA president there for many years, and a number of other jobs. So let me begin. Bellevue Elementary School opened its doors on November 19th, 1952, in response to transformational growth in Fairfax County. Following World War II, rapid population growth in Fairfax County led to a steady rise in the school system's student population. And in 1948, 12,118 students were enrolled in FCPS. Over the next 25 years, the school system would add roughly 6,000 new students per year because of overcrowding. About 1/3 of the students, or about 7,000, were being taught in temporary facilities such as churches, fire departments, apartment buildings, and Quonset huts. In May 1950, the voters of the county approved a $10 million bond. This led to the construction and opening of the Bellevue, West Lawn, Bailey's, Woodley Hills, and Drew Smith elementary schools for the 1952-53 school year, and 6 more the following year. 21 schools were built between 1951 and 1957. The introduction of school buses changed the character of the communities that one-room schoolhouses initially served and the lives of children within them. Students who had once walked to a local, often one-room schoolhouse now rode a bus to a larger, consolidated school where they were taught in separate grades and specialist taught physical education, music, and art. Throughout the 20th century, Bellevue Elementary School has maintained a legacy of excellence. Even in the face of unprecedented change and growth, every student is valued as a capable individual who is willing to learn and is excited about learning. The diversity of the student population provides an opportunity for teachers and parents to accommodate all learning styles, cultural differences, and abilities. To accomplish this, the educational focus continues to be on providing a strong academic program in the core subject areas. Through the use of technology in the classrooms, mobile computer labs, and the library, the students obtain valuable information that support their instructional goals, and all students have the opportunity to benefit from an outstanding instructional program that promotes high standards and advanced levels of academic challenges. By recognizing that all students can learn and experience success through excellent instruction, staff members and parents ensure that students are provided with a strong foundation in the core subjects, which is enhanced by the implementation of relevant practices and technology.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett Sanders. Agenda item 2.05, National Gun Violence Awareness Day recognition. I'll call on Ms. Cohen.
The first Friday in June is recognized as National Gun Violence Awareness Day, also known as Wear Orange Day. It was first organized by students to memorialize the 2013 death of their friend and gun violence victim, 15-year-old Hadia Pendleton. After her death, they asked us to stand up, speak out, and wear orange to raise awareness. Firearms are the leading cause of death for our children and teens in the United States. I'm just going to pause and say that one more time. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens in the United States. Every year, 18,000 children and teens are shot and killed or wounded, and approximately 3 million are exposed to gun violence. Exposure to gun violence has long-lasting impacts on the safety and well-being of our youth. In 2021, there were at least 202 incidents of gunfire on school grounds, resulting in 49 deaths and 126 injuries nationally. Every student and staff member deserves a safe educational environment. The school board recognizes National Gun Violence Awareness Day to raise awareness of the issue and the importance of preventing and eliminating gun violence in schools and communities, and encourages all to wear orange on June 3rd, 2022 for National Gun Violence Awareness Day.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Agenda item 2.06, Jewish Heritage Month resolution. I again call on Ms. Cohen.
Whereas from our nation's beginning, Jewish people have been a critical part of the American story, many immigrating here, fleeing persecution and oppression. And whereas we celebrate the rich heritage of our American Jewish community, we recognize that throughout our nation's history, American Jews have contributed to building strong communities and work to protect religious freedom and civil rights, joining people of all faiths, backgrounds, and identities to reject ignorance and intolerance, teach understanding and kindness, and to root out hatred wherever it exists. And whereas American Jews have greatly contributed to every facet of the American experience, including in the fields of science, music, art, education, business, government, medicine, and numerous others. And whereas Jewish people have been subjected to ostracism, hatred, and violent persecution throughout world history, we recognize this bigotry still exists today. While Jewish Americans constitute no more than 2% of the US population, the FBI reports that anti-Jewish hate crimes constitute approximately 60% of all religiously based hate crimes. And whereas the Anti-Defamation League reports that in 2021, Virginia had the 15th highest number of anti-Semitic incidents nationwide, reminding us that our Jewish neighbors continue to face incidents of hate, bigotry, and intimidation on our streets and in our schools. And that Fairfax County Public Schools has an obligation to combat anti-Semitism in all its many forms, wherever it exists. And whereas Fairfax County Public Schools is enriched by a united and multicultural society where every individual is treated equally and respectfully with safety and inclusion, now therefore be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board joins Jewish Americans in celebrating May 2022 as Jewish American Heritage Month in recognition of the many contributions Jewish Americans have made to our society. I so move.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Seconded by Ms. Marin. Ms. Cohen, would you like to speak to this?
I would, thank you. I'm so grateful to be able to bring, along with my colleagues, the first Jewish American Heritage Month resolution. It's not just that I'm very proud to be a Jewish American, but I'm incredibly proud that this board is one of the few school boards across the country to recognize May as Jewish American Heritage Month. Jewish Americans are a people defined by shared ethnicity, tradition, culture, religion, history, and ties to a shared homeland. The DMV has the third largest Jewish community in the US, and within that population, the greatest number of Jews reside in Northern Virginia. In our schools, Our Jewish students balance academic demands with weekly religious school, Hebrew tutoring. Our students work to navigate football games, athletic competitions, and SATs on Shabbat. Our students have faced standardized tests, theater auditions, sports practices, band performance, and back-to-school nights on our holiest days. This year, our students have seen swastikas on bathroom walls, their fellow students saluting Hitler in their classrooms, and hurtful and insensitive commentary on Israel from their teachers. I'm grateful that next year our calendar will better support our community, but the calendar is just the beginning of much needed work to fight anti-Semitism in our community and here at FCPS. Tonight, I'm so pleased that we've been joined by members of the Jewish Community Relations Council, including Gila Franklin Siegel, the Associate Director of the JCRC of Greater Washington. The JCRC represents over 100 synagogues, schools, and other Jewish institutions throughout the DMV and leads an interfaith coalition to improve equity for minority faith FCPS students, employees, and families. They also serve as a critical liaison between FCPS and the Fairfax Jewish community, including organizing town halls with Dr. Brabrand and school board members and organizing Holocaust education events in our schools. I was fortunate enough to get to attend one at West Springfield High School on Yom HaShoah a couple of weeks ago. JCRC has been an incredible partner in helping to respond to and combat anti-Semitism in our schools. They also continue to support initiatives to further equity for all of our students. Just this year, they helped support the creation of John Lewis Academy and joined the NAACP and other organizations to support the revisions to our literacy curriculum. I'm grateful to have partners like this in our community, and so grateful to my colleagues for supporting this resolution.
Ms. Marin?
Yes, I echo gratitude to colleagues and admiration and for our board that publicly says that we are going to use data to inform the work that we do. And indeed, the data point that while only 2% of the US population is Jewish American, FBI saying that anti-hate crimes, anti-Jewish hate crimes constitute approximately 60% of all religiously based hate crimes. So that data, it implores that we must educate our children and our staff and our adults, and even this evening hearing some more information I think brings to light why we need to elevate this observance of Jewish American Heritage Month. It is because of my own fear of anti-Semitism that I don't share more about the joyfulness of my own family's practices, of which there are many, and I hope that one day I can share more of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. I see there are a few other folks who would like to speak. Mr. Frisch?
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Cohen and Ms. Marin bringing this resolution tonight, and I also appreciate our community partners at the JCRC for the work that they've done with this board, especially around the calendar. It was a long process that this board went through over almost 2 years, or just about 2 years, and I think we ended up as a community in the right place, and that's because we talked, we had conversations, we listened, and we ultimately did the right thing for our community and for our staff who serve our schools. So I appreciate this resolution, and I look forward to voting for it.
Ms. Omesh, followed by Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you. I'm excited to be part of this historical moment and want to actually, you know, when it comes to these cultural recognitions, I tend to like to defer to allow my colleagues who share these identities and speak for them to be the loudest voices. So tonight, I just primarily want to thank Ms. Cohen for her leadership on this, Ms. Marin for bringing this forward, and of course, our board as a team here in making this a historic moment for Northern Virginia, especially in deep kinship and shared faith with my colleagues. And then, of course, especially in light of the importance of solidarity and unity and coming together, given what we've seen, you know, just in the past few days, of what's happening in our nation, and ensuring that we fight together against anti-Semitism, against white supremacy, and against all forms of hate that ultimately put us all in physical harm's way. And hopefully we can all lead forward in the spirit of collective community and shared humanity.
Ms. McLaughlin?
the dangers of something important like this is you're going to have probably all 12 of us saying something. So I do want to just be brief and say that as someone who was a community advocate for a very long time, I am deeply grateful for the advocates in our community, even in my own Braddock district, who have continued to bring to us at the school board level, what can we do beyond things like tonight. How do we develop curriculum? How do we develop conversation? How do we deliver intentful efforts in our schools every single day so that all of our children can feel loved, appreciated, included, and represented. So I very much appreciate this resolution. It's an honor to be a member of the board doing this here tonight. And I do hope for everyone in our community that they can always live who they are with no fear. Thank you.
Ms. Tolan?
Yes, thank you. I'm very happy to support this resolution. And I just wanted to take a minute to say a huge thank you to Ms. Franklin Siegel, Rabbi Jeffrey Sachs, Vicki Fishman, and the organizations that you represent for working with me to share your guidance in dealing with incidences of anti-Semitism in my own community, and for your willingness to communicate with our students and families to better understand the Jewish faith and heritage, and to help us appreciate all of the incredible contributions that have been made by Jewish citizens in our fabulous country. Thank you so much.
Ms. Derenak-Kofax?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the members of our board for bringing this resolution forward. I am part of an interfaith family. My husband is Jewish and I am Christian. And I just, there have been times we have seen different situations come before us, and they sometimes have not been easy. But I think it's important that everyone understand how the Jewish community has had many contributions to our society here in the U.S., and they have contributed a great deal to unite us in our multicultural community that we are. So thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward. I think it's important.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to be able to follow Ms. Derenak-Kofax because I too am part of a interfaith marriage. And what I've learned in 30 years is the importance of dialogue and the importance of education and celebration of the richness of the Jewish faith, but also the Jewish community as a community unto itself. And the reason that we do these resolutions is more than just to say, oh great, we'll say a resolution and move on. It's because it is through education and through speaking the words and making changes in our curriculum that we build better understanding. And by growing in understanding of each other, that is the best way of combating hateful acts and teaching our history. And every month we do something different. You know, it'd be American women's history, African American history, Asian history. Each month, by using the platform of this dais to talk about the important contributions, hopefully we will lead our community in growing appreciation and respect for each other. So I very much appreciate your bringing this to us, Ms. Cohen and Ms. Marin.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Thank you, and I will try to be brief. I first want to thank my colleagues, Ms. Cohen and Ms. Marin, for bringing this forward. I really appreciate it. I want to thank the members of the Jewish community who reached out to me over the last couple of years, and our really many conversations that we had about the experiences of our Jewish students in our schools, and the very thoughtful conversations we had around our calendar, around inclusion. It helps me do my job better, so I really appreciate that, and I appreciate anyone who reaches out. You know, we are a beautiful multicultural society in Fairfax County, and I think our board is a pretty good reflection of that multicultural society, and I think it's pretty amazing that we're one of the few, and surprising and a little sad that we're one of the few that recognizes Jewish Heritage Month, and I'm glad we are a groundbreaker in that realm, because we are a multicultural society, not just in Fairfax, but in the country. And it's important to make space, authentic space, for all of us in that conversation. So the fact that Jewish people are 2% of our population, but 60% of the religiously based hate crimes are aimed at Jewish people shows that we have a lot of work to do still. And I know this board is committed to doing that work, so all of our children and our staff feel included, they feel welcomed, and they can show up as their authentic selves and be comfortable in that. So I'm grateful to be on a board with colleagues that are committed to that value, and I'm grateful to my colleagues for bringing this forward, and I'm really grateful to be in a multicultural society, because that's what makes us stronger.
Thank you. I will also offer just a few words. My husband is a Jewish refugee from the Soviet Union who came here in his teenage years. He, along with his family, faced persecution, bigotry, anti-Semitism, and the reason we must continue to talk about these things, the reason we have to work on education equity, is because those experiences traumatize our children and shape their entire lives. Those experiences are not forgotten. And when he talks about his time growing up in the former Soviet Union, that is what he talks about. And he is not unique. And we know that there are many current Americans who face anti-Semitic bigotry right here, and the more we talk and learn that there's a lot more that we have in common than that sets us apart, that's how we make the more perfect union. So I also want to thank the GCRC for being here tonight and for your work with our school system, with our superintendent, our board, and our community. We will continue to work on the education needed to ensure that one day we will no longer be talking about anti-Semitism, long night, in this country. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of the motion? And that is unanimous with everyone here tonight. All right. And now I think we're going to go ahead and invite our guests to come up. Oh, and I'm sorry, Miss Keys-Gamarra, did you want to speak or were you voting? Okay, voting, if we could please, voting, thank you. If we can please add that, that would be great. Voting in the affirmative. Okay, picture time, it's you.
Sorry. I would like to, every week we do this. I would like to invite Gila Franklin Siegel, Associate Director of the Jewish Community Relation Council of Greater Washington, staff and supporters of Jewish Heritage Month, to please join us at the dais for a photo with the board, and I ask my colleagues to remain in front of the dais for the next 2 photos.
At this time, I would like to invite Bellevue Elementary School Principal Thomas Kuntz, their staff, and anyone here in the audience in support of the Bellevue Elementary School 70th anniversary to please join the board at the dais for a photo. Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite Heather Foglio, co-leader of the Burke Fairfax chapter of Moms Demand Action, and Tristan Stutzman, co-leader for Burke Fairfax chapter of Moms Demand Action, staff and supporters of the Gun Violence Awareness Day recognition, to please join the board.
Script right here if you need it.
Oh, yeah. By the time I go in there.
There you go.
Okay. Wait, I'll look here. Agenda item 3.01, community participation. Speakers must limit their remarks to no more than 2 minutes in length. At the conclusion of 2 minutes, the microphone or video will be turned off. School board members will be listening but not responding to the individual speakers. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as the capital improvement program, budget, and boundaries. Comments targeting, criticizing, or attacking individual students are not permitted during public meetings. Complaints regarding school-based employees should be directed to the appropriate school principal or other school officials. Speakers should refrain from using personally identifiable information in connection with an individual student or school-based employee. Additionally, speakers should be respectful and observe proper decorum in their statements, avoiding profanity, inappropriate gestures, shouting, and comments that run counter to the spirit and letter of the school division's non-discrimination policy. All statements should be directed to the school board, and speakers should remain at the podium until concluding their remarks. As a reminder, speaker substitutions are not permitted. A speaker may not yield their time to another individual before or during their comments. Shouts and outbursts from the audience cannot be tolerated. We are very grateful for those who have come to speak to us tonight, and we thank you for your cooperation and your patience. Ms. Medeja?
Our first speaker is David Jerzak.
Madam Chair and the Board of and the members of the school board, my name is David Jerzak. I am a junior at McLean High School. Imagine a job in which you are working 7 hours straight. Each hour and a half, you must change your workspace. Passing with an hour with a herd of people in cramped hallways, you must not stop, or you will be late to your next shift. You have only 7 minutes. Hallways are long. During your shifts, you are not allowed to talk. You must have tunnel vision. You are allowed to eat, but in tense and anxiety-inducing conditions, so much so that some of your coworkers eat lunch in the bathrooms. Some do not eat at all. How do you feel at the end of a day like this? I can tell you how some of the students feel: tense, exhausted, frustrated, empty, and hopeless. They deserve breaks, recess, to talk to each other, to socialize, to make friends, to be human. The Bell schedule makes our schools into a tense, untenable, and dreaded place. The passing periods need to be elongated into breaks. We need to have dedicated spaces for breaks and time allocated for socializing and integrating and becoming an adult capable of socializing with other humans without having life stopping barriers in the terms of communicating with other humans and groups of humans effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tessa Sedler.
Hello, school board. My name is Tessa Sedlar. I am a graduating senior at Thomas Jefferson High School. I would like to talk today about the tech policies regarding the new FCPS on laptops. As somebody who does not have a personal laptop myself, but rather only a personal desktop, I find that the FCPS on program has given me many opportunities to participate and use my own technology in ways that I had not been able to before, either previously in high school or back when I was at Lake Braddock for middle school. However, this year I am part of the AP Music Theory class, and part of our curriculum involves composition, both for practice on the exam and for projects for the class. However, there are no allocated programs on the FCPS on computers at all, and most, if not all, online browser-based composition applications limit you to a certain number of instruments, usually nowhere near enough to do the composition which I was trying to do, which would have been for a full band environment. Under this, there is a free open source application called MuseScore that I managed to get on one of my computers via using zip files. This, however, got blocked shortly after spring break ended, when I had much more time to compose, and I was disheartened that I was not able to do it. In light of this, I would like to request to the school board and tech staff that, A, we allow more integration of technological applications, both for staff and students, as well as a way to request applications for review and use for students, as well as expanding the already, in my opinion, well-founded, software basis.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cindy Walsh.
Fairfax County should not suspend kids for using the wrong pronouns. Bill Clinton used to say, "Don't ask, don't tell," as a way to judge whether someone in the military can do the job. It will cause the kids to fail and create anxiety that you are trying to fix. Kids who don't know their own genders will become upset when just being asked. Examples are agender, gender fluid, and gender questioning. If you don't know your gender, you don't know your pronouns. So every time they're asked, they may answer in a different way. Kids also would like to pass their SOL, and they would fail with bad grammar. He, him, she, her are singular. He, them, or she, them does not make any sense. And if used in an SOL, it would fail the kids. Please don't punish kids for figuring out things for themselves and using proper grammar. Their gender is none of your business.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bijal Soni. Bijal Soni. We're having a little difficulty. I'll come back. Our next speaker is Misty Lombardo.
When was the last time you reviewed your belief statements? In it, you claim to believe in dynamic and supportive partnerships among students, parents, educators, and the community. Yet you give us only 24 hours to provide feedback on the proposed changes to the SR&R. You claim to believe effective educators are essential to student success. Yet you are asking many to compromise their values and beliefs with the proposed changes, all while neglecting to provide them with the tools they actually need to teach, like a basal language arts curriculum. You claim to believe families play a fundamental role in their children's education, yet you are pushing us out at every turn. And your lawyers argue we have no codified rights over our children's health or education. You claim to believe high expectations inspire high performance, yet you continually lower the academic bar. You claim to believe everyone thrives in a respectful environment, yet you plan to trample the First Amendment constitutional rights of your students. You claim to believe literacy is an essential life skill and reading proficiency by 3rd grade is critical for academic success. Have you seen the latest scores? You are failing. Your policies are failing our children. We send our children to your schools to receive an education, not to be indoctrinated by your political beliefs. Please take some time to review what you say you believe and truly do it. Partner with parents and host an in-person town hall to discuss the proposed changes to the SR&R before you vote. Allow your teachers to educate without fear of being punished for not aligning with a certain political agenda. Stop attempting to usurp the role of parent in our children's lives. Raise the educational bar, respect the United States Constitution, and just teach our children how to read, write, and do arithmetic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arthur Purvis.
Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name is Arthur Purvis. I address you as an individual and not as the spokesman of any organization. First, I'd like to wish our new superintendent every success. In my 40 years as a computer programmer, I worked with 2 transgender women, one of whom tested my coding for 6 years. Both were wonderful, conscientious coworkers. About 1% of the population have, often from age 5 or earlier, feelings, attractions, and interests that are opposite to their biological gender. Their true gender is not a trivial question. we should be compassionate. However, please begin with persuasion, not punishment. In the SRR and our transgender policies, please do not drop level 1 interventions. Allow students to first be counseled by a teacher before being suspended from student activities. Make it clear that suspension or expulsion from school would rarely be used and only as a last resort. The SR&R is over 100 pages. It could be a pamphlet if it simply taught, do as you'd be done by. Regarding co-ed family life education classes, the issue is the discomfort of a few and the many. I have served on the FLE Advisory Committee twice. Family life education is not a preventative program, and presenting it to the community as such is dishonest. Its impact on student behavior, for better or for worse, has not been studied and may be worse. To solve the transgender question in FLE, I suggest you drop it. Years ago, I saw in the FLE teacher notes that a behavior taught in FLE was extremely risky. When I urged that that warning be taught to students, it was instead dropped from the teacher notes. Resisting the temptation of drugs and promiscuity is more a matter of faith than physiology. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Hanford. Laura Hanford. Our next speaker is Marianne Burke.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Brabrand. Thank you for carefully considering the issues of gender integration in FLE in Fairfax County. The decision to separate students by gender is often made without considering the trade-offs of doing so. Instruction separated by gender conveys to students that bodies that are different from their own should remain mysterious. The effect is to make students uncomfortable with and to stigmatize bodies that are different. If separated by gender, students won't have the guided experience of discussing potentially sensitive topics with peers whose bodies and genders differ from their own. This is a key skill that they will need to go through life as they enter into relationships, including friendships, romantic partnerships, and parenting. With instructions integrated by gender, students can hear firsthand about the diversity of experiences individuals have. Otherwise, they can miss out on opportunities to build knowledge and develop empathy across differences. By denying our students these opportunities, they may be less prepared for important interactions, carry stereotypes into adulthood, be limited in honest communication with potential romantic partners, which is the critical component of health, may come to believe that some topics should not be discussed with people who are different, and they can miss out on critical information as they get older and are faced with issues such as consent, pregnancy prevention, and sexually transmitted infections. And they may be forced to feel excluded because they have been placed in a space that does not reflect who they are. So I ask you, board members and Dr. Brabrand, to integrate FLE classes in Fairfax County because any extra effort that it may take to keep all students together is time well spent. Thank you for giving me this opportunity tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shelley Arnoldi.
Hello. So my name is Shelley Arnoldi. I'm a mother of 4 teens at West Potomac High School. I believe that the progressive agendas that you guys are pushing are actually doing more harm than good. I believe equity, the restorative justice, and gender ideology are not benefiting our kids at all. And I want to read a text message because I reached out to some people in our community to get input from actual students. My kids give me input. I've brought it here before, but I'm going to read this directly. I'm a junior at West Po, and I would love to help you out. I just asked for her input on the climate at the school. So the ambulance, fire trucks, and policemen are pretty normal, but the story behind them is crazy. From what I've heard, they're there because students will take pills and OD in the bathrooms. They're there because fights too. A lot of the students at West Po have zero respect and will do just whatever they want and will talk to adults however they want. I don't see anything done about it because the behavior either. Not all, but some of the teachers couldn't care less. They already do, because students have just driven them to that point. The school does not have a great security at all. Now, that's the way the English is, but that's the thing that the kids are thinking. So I don't believe that guns are the biggest danger. I believe prescription drugs and psych meds are. And I think nobody's addressing the issue of our mental health and the drugs. The overdoses are rampant, and no one ever mentions it. I haven't heard of one gun death in Fairfax County, yet you spent an awful lot of time talking about gun violence. Our community, focus on our community and actually look at the stats. And one other thing, your message that you continue to push out about vaxxing up and doing your part, if you look at our community, our children have not been injured by COVID. The shot will do more damage than good. So stop sending that message, please.
Can you stop that? Oh. Our next speaker is Bethany Heim.
Hello, I pulled my daughter from Fairfax County Public Schools during the COVID closures because for too long there was no clear plan as to how the school system would reopen, no guidance on unmasking our children, and no plan to address learning loss. Now that schools are open and masking is optional, I still don't feel comfortable re-enrolling my child given that there isn't a clear path to address learning loss other than online tutoring and lowering standards. Also, I'm not comfortable with combining boys and girls as early as 4th grade for the family life education classes. My daughter's in 2nd grade. I think 4th grade is too early. I think this will inhibit children from asking questions and participating in discussions. I'm fine with it happening as they're older, but 4th grade is too early. I do support age-appropriate discussions on people who are transgender. However, the classroom materials and discussions should be informed by medical professionals who understand the long-term effects of medical treatments that prevent a child from experiencing puberty and how hormones affects a person's ability to enjoy intimacy with their partners and have children. I support books in schools that portray diverse families and the LGBTQIA community, but I do not support sexually graphic content in classrooms, regardless of sexual orientation. I don't support compelled speech, and I don't support keeping information from parents. I'm looking for this school board to be more balanced. I think many of you are too focused on advocacy and not sufficiently focused on education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katarzyna Jerzak.
Dr. Brabrand, Madam Chair, and members of the school board. My name is Katarzyna Jerzak. I stand before you as a teacher. I teach at Johns Hopkins University, but I also teach as a substitute teacher mostly at McLean High School. McLean High School has a day that starts at 8:10 a.m. and ends at 2:55 p.m. There is no recess. There are no breaks. Once a month, the students get flex time when they can do whatever they want. The Polish-Jewish pedagogue and pediatrician Janusz Korczak believed that children have the right to the present. They ought not to be treated as tickets to the future. Recently, without any consultations with teachers, parents, or students, McLean High School introduced electronic passes. It's a pilot program. Every time a student needs to leave the classroom, and lessons are 90 minutes long, to go see another teacher, a counselor, to use the library or the testing center, to go to the bathroom or to the nurse, they have to fill out an electronic form that includes a number of things. The teacher has to approve the form, and often the system will flash a red inscription, for instance, silver hallway bathroom beyond capacity. When the student comes back, the teacher has to approve their return. Electronic passes do not have a go outside to play frisbee option. They do not take going outside into account at all. What is the crime that these kids have committed that they are treated like prisoners? Why are the teachers put in the role of prison guards? So many of them are already on psychotropic medications and suffering from various problems and self-harming. Do they need more stress? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Stoley-Persky.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank you for the resolution. As a Jewish American, I want to thank the work of the JCRC too and the ADL, of which I am a board member. And I know that they do a lot of work in the Jewish community and also for a lot of marginalized communities. Wanted to recognize with love in my heart how hard it was for so many of us parents to send our children into school in the wake of what happened in Texas, and the trust that we have when we do it, and to recognize all of our school employees for even going to work in such a frightening environment. Secondly, I wanted to talk about another kind of safety, and that's emotional and social, and how important it is for our students to feel as safe as possible, and how community helps with that. And I've seen that in my kids' sports, but I wanted to particularly talk about the arts and choir and also theater, and what a special community that is, because it allows for students who maybe don't fit into certain boxes to feel welcome. And when students feel safe, they learn better, and they grow into adults who are good citizens, and they become compassionate, and they look out for others. And I want to thank FCPS for all the opportunities they offer in that way, and also for thinking calmly about all types of bullying and helping our students, our marginalized students, and especially our LGBTQ students, to feel as safe as possible in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Robinson.
Good evening, and thank you, Board, for your time. I'm concerned about the proposed changes to the Student Rights and Responsibilities Regulation and the effects of unintended consequences. We should all share in efforts to provide a safe learning environment for our kids, one that is free of political divisiveness and safe from efforts to add excessive sexualization into the classroom at young ages when children are still learning about themselves, while also building shared values in a civil society that we can all grow in. As I looked for lessons from the school's COVID lockdowns and mask mandates, I saw an 8th grade girl's pencil sketch of herself, which was excellently done, a profile of her, but sadly it had tears streaming from her face, and instead of a mask on her face during the mask mandates, it had 2 hands smothering her face, depicting her mental anguish from the mask rules. This surely must have been an unintended consequence of what was a well-meaning health and safety policy. Now today, proposed gender rules and punishments threaten potentially more unintended consequences, along with risks of unconstitutional compelled speech. For example, would a student be punished for not speaking at all to another student because they have problems from their firmly held beliefs contrary to what the rules might present? I was raised in a family that was taught to love each other. We raised our children that way. I come from a multiracial family. I have a gay brother that I love. And so I'm looking for ways to avoid problems that we can't foresee. So we probably have enough disciplinary options today, but one might consider a neutral communication option for students to learn together, such as they can address others using the term classmate followed by their name if they're not going to use gendered pronouns. And this is a term the Navy uses, like a shipmate. I too support increased attention to our drug problem and strongly against.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandra Davis.
It's so wonderful to see so many parents concerned about their children's education participating today. I come here to attempt to disrupt the haze of groupthink, if only for 2 minutes at a time. Recent studies have conclusively shown students suffer dramatic learning loss with school closures. Our low-income, minority, and special ed populations have been hit the hardest. Yet when I look at the school board agenda, even tonight, we see nothing addressing this issue. It's easier to fuss over the language of the SR&R than to address the intractable educational problems in the FCPS school system. In order to do that, this board would have to acknowledge your failures. There's also common sense concerns regarding the proposed revisions to the SR&R. For starters, we really do want to know why it would only take a student assertion to garner support and services without a medical diagnosis or screening, and parental guardian consent would be optional. It is optional, actually. This is completely contrary to the experience of our special ed students. Students with dyslexia and other disabilities are waiting for their services, and they have more than assertions. Why you were stuck in your haze of agreement this week, the Virginia Department of Education came to town. They held a public engagement session on mathematics and standards of learning revisions. They invited parents, families, and community members. They didn't lecture, they listened, they actually wanted feedback, and how refreshing was that? I'm so sad to not see any of you there. Before voting on the SR&R, perhaps all of you could host an in-person town hall to allow public discussion to changes in the language and offer transparent reports.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alice Gow. Alice Gow. Our next speaker is David Walrod. Our next speaker is Catherine Gorka.
Ms. Badeja, are we still on our list or have we gone? Okay.
Can I start?
Please do, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No child should face discrimination for any reason, and we should support every effort to teach children to treat each other with kindness. But there is a vast difference between teaching tolerance and promoting gender fluidity. When a 12-year-old girl decides to remove her breasts, that is a decision she will live with for the rest of her life. When she takes heavy doses of testosterone, it causes irreversible damage. Why are you so keen to promote a very complex ideology on children? By forcing children to deny the visible and scientific reality of male and female, you are trying to mainline gender fluidity. You will ruin lives with such policies. You will deny children their First Amendment rights. You will confuse children. But worst of all, you will contribute to the irreversible mutilation of children's bodies. You are putting your own progressive agenda ahead of the safety of our children.
We also have one video this evening submitted by Sue Zoldak.
Good evening. I'd like to speak today about academic excellence. It is one of the 4 founding pillars of Do Better FCPS. Accountability, transparency, excellence in leadership, focus on a high caliber education. This week, the Washington Post editorial board wrote this piece, lamenting how schools were moving away from high standards and accountability. But since you were elected in 2019, what have you done to raise that bar? You've hid under the pandemic to lower grading standards, allow kids to put off work with no consequence, discourage students from showing up for the SOL. The one thing research has shown to raise minorities up: encourage academic rigor and a pride in the pursuit of excellence. Your own teacher at Justice High sent a 4,000-word email to National Ed columnist Jay Matthews. The new push to ease grading and teacher practices is the biggest issue facing secondary education in decades, he wrote. Low expectations are demoralizing. It's time to raise expectations. Increase enrollment and expand teaching capability in gifted education. Increase access to foreign language classes in elementary schools. Get pre-algebra and algebra access to students who are ready in 5th and 6th grade. Increase enrollment in AP and IB classes. Support more advanced technical skills. Finally, stop telling kids the lie that grades and test scores don't matter and that everyone should get an equal outcome no matter how much effort they put in. That's why today we are starting this counter, the days since you've addressed academic rigor counter. It's currently set at 0. Stop riding on the backs of living in one of the richest corridors in America, in the shadow of the U.S. government, government contractors, the Dallas Tech Corridor, the U.S. federal government. Stop celebrating the successes of these families' children. Ask yourself what you've done to bring the focus of academic excellence back to Fairfax where it belongs. Thank you.
Alrighty. We are now up to agenda item 3.02, Superintendent Matters, and I'll call on Dr. Brabrand.
Thank you, Chairman Pekarsky, members of the board, community members. A couple of things I want to go over this evening. One, just a reminder, I want to follow up on some earlier comments that were made by the School Board Chair Pekarsky. On behalf of the entire FCPS staff, I want to extend sympathies to all those who lost loved ones in Texas this week and to the entire Uvalde community. We stand with Texas and those families and that community there to honor the students, teachers, and families affected by the events of the past week. We all think about our own children, our own community, our own students and staff, and I want everyone to know that FCPS is committed to continuing to do everything we can locally, working with also our state and federal authorities to ensure the highest level of safety possible at our schools and our facilities. I also want to encourage families who may feel anxious and students who feel anxious. Please reach out to our schools, to our teachers, our counselors, and we'll put you in touch with the resources needed to help you or your child. We have amazing counselors, social workers, psychologists, and we have many resources available to assist our entire community. I also just want to share one of the things that we're continuing to do to reach out to our community is reaching out in a multilingual fashion. And I am happy to share that FCPS, our multilingual family podcast, which we began just over the last year, received a Communicator Award. So proud of our Department of Instructional Services, Information Technology, the Office of Communications and Community Relations, and the Office of Professional Learning and Family Engagement for doing this podcast and making it happen. The podcast started back in January of 2021, so as I said, just a little over a year ago, and it's designed for families that speak Arabic, Korean, and Spanish in the home as a way to keep them up to date on timely, important information. With over 4,000 entries across the country and world, to receive this award in this competitive category was outstanding work, and I thank them so much, and we'll continue to do everything we can to reach out to our families. And we'll be sharing, I won't have an opportunity to do it, but I know Dr. Reed and our team will be talking about, as we go through the summer and start next school year, the results of our family engagement survey and what additional things we'll be doing to reach out to families in the coming year. I also just want to mention it is Mental Health Acceptance Month, but we know mental health is a real issue and will remain for some time in our schools. It was before the pandemic, even more so as we go into this post-pandemic phase. The month of May is Mental Health Acceptance. We're doing a lot in our schools around this, including therapy dog visits, calming corners. Some schools have set up knitting and crocheting clubs. We have a Our Minds Matter club at most of our high schools to reduce stigma around mental health and promote it school-wide. We had Frost Middle School host a gratitude challenge. And we're really continuing to encourage all of our schools. Every elementary school this year had a morning meeting as part of their instructional day, and every middle and high school had the opportunity for time to work on life skills and really deal with kids' mental health and social emotional skills. So we're very proud of that work. We're also proud that, yes, starting, actually I guess it has already started, a very few have started, and it really kicks up next week is graduation season. So congratulations already to the seniors of Quander Road School. They had the distinction of being the first graduates of 2022. It was held yesterday, and we're really going to start to turn the corner next week, running through June 9th, and I'm so proud of our seniors. And I'm so proud of all the work that our staff and faculty and schools are doing really to promote them and celebrate them in the weeks ahead. So again, congratulations, class of 2022. Speaking of 2022, FCPS has earned the 2022 Energy Star Partner of the Year Award in Sustained Excellence. This continues to be testament to Mr. Plattenberg and his team in facilities and transportation for their incredible work around the environment. This is given by the UPA and Department of Education, and just proud of their tremendous work there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Berry-Brand. We are now up to agenda item 3.03, Student Representative Matters, and I'll call on Mr. Chowdhury, and I think this is the last time we'll be seeing him as a current FCPS student, soon to be graduate, so the floor is yours.
Oh my goodness, thank you for that warm welcome, Madam Chair, board members. If you tell a kid that they're dumb, 9 out of 10 times, they're gonna believe it. A couple days ago, I was telling my friend Callie from West Potomac about some of the success stories of students who weren't in AAP but did amazing in high school and went to very highly ranked colleges. Callie quickly reminded me that that's the exception and not the norm because of how we set up kids' path to success so early, and because the kids we don't invest in are the kids who struggle. She told me that 1 out of 10 times they go to an elite school, that's amazing, but 9 out of 10 times, it's going to mold the way they think about themselves and their education for the rest of their lives. And that really speaks to something. Just because there are kids who make it out of gen ed and do well, doesn't mean that the two-track system we set up as it stands is okay. I've read off the statistics before, but there are humans, real people, who are affected by the policies set in place. And there's no justification for the fact that 70% of students who get screened for AAP are considered purely based on parental recommendation. There's no justification for the fact that our district is more than 27% Latino, but less than 12% of our level 4 students are Latino. Dr. Reed always talks about the story of her current district's high-capacity learners program. Her current district did not screen everyone for advanced academics, and it led to a consultant telling her that her district had an outdated racist system for determining eligibility. So she helped her board gather the political courage to make change, and minority enrollment in the program increased by 600%. We find ourselves in a similar state, where not every child is considered before a level 4 screening committee, and an overwhelming majority of students who are considered for eligibility come from that parent referral pathway. The current setup isn't sustainable for our community, and I am exhausted. The student advocates I've worked with are exhausted, because every time we speak with people in power, we're told the process is just fine and that we need to let it go. I reject the idea that it's just fine to judge kids' intelligence based on how involved their parents are and how much support they get at home. I reject the idea that it's okay to let our minority students fall by the wayside and be treated as dumb or feel as though they're dumb because our programs weren't designed for them. Because oftentimes we do choose to raise standards for a select few rather than investing in and raising standards for all students. We can't just slap the labels of equity and one Fairfax onto everything we see. We need to start actually doing equity and expanding access for students with a high degree of potential. And I believe that high degree of potential lies in all of our students. But regardless, the students we label as having high potential don't really reflect not just the demographics of our district, but the list of students out there who are capable. I mean, just when you look at the demographics, right, you see level 2 is a lot more diverse than level 3, which is a lot more diverse than level 4. And I think we need to work to ensure that it's not just young scholars, it's not just level 2 that reflects the talent and the wisdom in our county, but that it's present in our level 4 programs. The day-to-day realities faced by our 63% minority, 27% low income, 20% ESOL, 14% disability population are not reflected in the systems our district has in place, often because they were created decades upon decades ago. And if we don't take decisive action to change that and to expand access to opportunity, the future of Fairfax County will suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. You've got some fans in the house. All right, agenda item 3.04, Fiscal Year 23 Office of the Auditor General Risk Assessment and Audit Plan. And I'd like to introduce the incredibly talented Auditor General, Ms. Esther Coe, who will present the Fiscal Year 23 Office of the Auditor General Risk Assessment and Audit Plan. And I would just remind my colleagues that we will have a full work session on this plan in the coming weeks. So we will have an opportunity to discuss in detail. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure tonight to present the Fiscal Year 23 Office of Auditor General, the OAG Risk Assessment and Audit Plan. Time flies. This is my 6th year to present the annual audit plan to the school board. So to begin, I would like to thank the school board for establishing and elevating the Office of Auditor General, that we can continue to provide quality independent audit services. I also want to take this opportunity to appreciate my OAG team members, where we are a team of 8. I am pretty sure they are watching the live stream right now for the dedication and professionalism in the work that we conducted. Last but not the least, I would like to appreciate FCPS leadership and administration for their continuous collaboration throughout the audit process. I'm proud to report that OAG has been able to work independently and collaboratively with all our stakeholders on the current year's engagement, and we are looking forward to another successful year for Fiscal Year 23. So with that, I would like to just make sure the clicker. So the first slide of, thank you. So is the contents of tonight that I would like to first talk about the objective, and then we will drill more down to the outcomes of the result. And at the end of the presentation, there are some useful links that the school board members and community members can access and review more details about the Office of Auditor General. I would like to point out that there are 2 documents that are uploaded to Bot Docs. Tonight, I'm going to focus on the presentation, and there is also another document which provide deeper dive into the process and the audit topics proposed. And now I'm too fast. So here are the why about we're doing the risk assessment. So just briefly, OAG reports directly to the school board. Our office is charged to independently and objectively evaluate the FCPS processes and to promote FCPS achievement of strategic goals, specifically in the area of resource stewardship. The Fiscal Year 23 audit plan has already been presented to the audit committee, which consists of 4 school board members and 2 citizen members. Both the citizen members are industry experts in finance and audit areas. I would like to take this opportunity to thank them as well for their time and expertise towards the school system. Today, I'm sharing the plan with the school board. Like our chairman has said, that there will be a work session of this topic on June 14th, where we will have a more extensive dialogue on the details, and the school board approval night will be on June 16th. And for this slide, we're going to talk more about the process of how we do and the risk assessment and identification of the topics. So first of all, we looked at the entire FCPS organization and then looked at the auditable universe. We adopt an agile approach, looked at what is happening in the world, such as the COVID-19 pandemic impact. We then prioritize the audit topics through A to D on the slides above, where we interview, select feedback from our employees, our school board, and audit committee members, examine the benchmark data of the other internal audit departments around the nations. We also consider the financial, reputational, and operational risk that are impacting the school system. And after that, then we identify the FY23 audit plan. So instead of waiting towards the end of the presentation, here is the outcome that we have to focus on for the FY23 audit plan. So the first four topics are topics that we have already started in the current year audit, and we will continue to finish them in fiscal year 23. And then we also have 6 more items listed under new engagements, which I'm going to go through in a little bit more details. And this colorful chart show you all how we are going to achieve these 10 items and also the respective time frame. We held already initial conversation with the stakeholders about the best timing of the audit, and we also consider our OAG internal resources. For your awareness, our office consists of 7 auditors, including myself, and we also have 1 admin support. So going through the next few slides, here are all the details about the audit topics. So for tonight's purpose, I will not go through each one of them in details, but as you can see, they are bucketed into the boxes of description, what is the audit scope, who will be our internal stakeholders, and also the schedule. The first slide is about a very important initiative that undertaken by the school board. This is the Special Education Review. We have identified the American Institutes for Research could conduct this review on our behalf. My office served as the project liaison. We are currently in the year 2, which is also the final year of this review. We are planning to present the final result to the school board later this year. The second audit is about IT technology platform, as well as project management of IT projects. So this is an audit that we have already started this year. And again, this has been discussed last year in our audit plan, so I won't go into the details. And we plan to complete this audit as well later this year. The third one is legal audit. So this audit we have started in the later part of this fiscal year and is currently in process, and we expect to complete it in the fall of this year as well. Number 4 is local school activity funds audit for the current fiscal year. This is a statutory required state audit. OAG is accomplishing this audit through continuous monitoring, which I'm going to explain in a little bit, as well as the year-end procedures. Audit number 5 is employee evaluation process audit. This has already been on the approved plan for this current fiscal year, and we have postponed it to fiscal year 23 because of another pressing priority. And for this slide onwards, 6 through the end of this presentation, all these topics are new topics that we added for fiscal year 23. So I may want to spend just a little bit time to get us acquainted with what they are. Number 6 is continuous monitoring, including the ESSER 3 transactions. So we will continue to highlight this audit because of the additional federal funding that FCPS received because of the pandemic. OAG will continue to monitor the transactions and check for compliance with grant agreements, FCPS policy and regulation, as well as the fidelity of implementations of how we are using the fund according to the approved school plans. And this is another slide to explain more about continuous monitoring, that we will also use this model to incorporate the surprise audit objective in many of the school and also non-school-based transactions. The next one is about IT cybersecurity audit. The objective, we would like to focus on assessing the sufficiency of the monitoring of the security of our IT network, evaluate compliance, determine if our Department of Technology processes are aligned with leading practices, as well as surveying employees' understanding towards IT security. The next one is the local school activity fund for the next fiscal year. As I have explained it before, this is a statutory requirement to do every year. And I won't go into the details about it since we have already talked about it. Number 9 is the succession planning and leadership development audit. An effective succession planning and leadership development is imperative to the continuity of the FCPS operations. We propose to look at 3 different things. Number 1 is to determine whether FCPS has developed and executed a succession plan and leadership development strategy leaders. Number 2 is to determine if we have analyzed the leaders' profile and statistics. Number 3 is we're going to research and benchmark best practices. And here are all the other OAG duties that we accomplished. And I would like to highlight that we will continue to manage the Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Hotline. And we will continue to publish our Audit Buzz, which is our periodical to make sure the updates about the audit highlights and what's happening about the risk assessment is getting to the community members. So thanks to the school board members for helping us to message this Audit Buzz. Our subscription right now has been over 1,700, so thank you so much. We also will continue to do outreach and education with providing trainings to our employees. And the last session of the slides are some of the other topics that I would like to raise for the school board considerations. Currently, we haven't included them in the proposed OAG plan, but I would like to bring it to the attention of the school board in case if any of this should replace the one that I proposed earlier. The first one is about the FOIA and the FERPA process, Freedom of Information Act and the Federation Education Right and Privacy Act audit. We did not propose to do it in fiscal year 23, even though we have 3 school board members and 21 employees to suggest that, is mainly because this process is currently under reorganization. While we know that this is a critical topic to look at, we suggest to look at it after fiscal year 23. The second one is the Telework Audit. And considering that currently we already have the employee evaluation process audit, which is HR focused already, we suggested that this audit also not to complete in FY23. We saw that there's 1 school board member and 36 employees suggested for this topic. And the next one is the division-wide project management audit. This topic, we received interest from 5 school board members and 1 employee. With the new superintendent joining us soon, OAG recommends that this topic can be brought to her attention so that there is an opportunity to implement the division-wide project management structure before OAG audits it. And I just want to mention that also in our current IT audit, which is in process, we have already included the project management component for that audit. So we can capture that, look at it during FY23, and if we need to do a division-wide project management audit, we can consider that in the future year. The last one is about curriculum development. My office received this topic from a school board member. As this topic is not a core competency with OAG, OAG will not recommend to audit it in fiscal year 23, unless the school board would like to hire an external expert, similar to how we handle the special education review, where my office can serve as the project liaison. And we are also thinking that with the new superintendent joining soon, it may be a good idea to bring this topic to her attention before we decide to audit it or not. So quickly, next up, we will meet again on June 14th, and we talked about the approval night will be June 16th. And here are the links that I mentioned earlier on. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that any one of you may have.
Thank you, Mrs. Coe. I will call on Ms. McLaughlin, followed by Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Ms. Coe, for the presentation. And as you know, I'm an enormous advocate for the value of your office and the work that you do. So I appreciate that we have time this evening, at least to kind of put it on all of our radar that this is going to come up. So if I understand correctly, we will have the board work session to discuss this on the 14th.
Yeah.
And then we're going to vote on it on the 16th. To my colleagues, I mean, I realize that maybe some people will think that this will be an easy no-brainer, but I'm really concerned that for the significance and the importance of the audit plan and the audit work, to have 48-hour turnaround time from our work session to then turn around and vote on it, do we have any other options here? Because I want to be mindful to each other. It doesn't even give us time to, we know in our work sessions we don't even get a chance to talk. What we get to do is ask questions. And so I know we don't want to find ourselves then literally writing amendments, motions at the table. So Ms. Coe, when do you need this adopted?
So I think it will be best if it can be adopted before June 30th, as that's the fiscal year end. But we can work with the school board because we already have some of the audits ongoing, the carry forward one. So I think it will be best before June 30th. That will be my ask. But we also understand that if it may need to go to early July, I would defer to the school board to let me know, what timing work best.
Yeah, I would ask for consideration that I hear everything you're saying, but I don't, without looking at the calendar, I don't know, Ms. Medea, what's the next business meeting after this, the 16th of June? June 30th, well, there you go. So we could technically look at that. I would ask for my colleagues, and especially the chair and vice chair, to think about that. I think it's not a good idea that we have a work session and 2 days later we're voting. The other thing I will say is, if I understood you correctly, the FOIA FERPA audit, you mentioned not doing that at this time because it's currently under review and revision by the superintendent and his administration?
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Brabrand, I wasn't familiar with that. Could you just briefly say what does that actually mean?
Yeah, we're hiring some additional positions given the workload that's come out of that FOIA and FERPA office. And so that's some of the discussion. Obviously, the board will determine it, but if you want to see what it means by putting the additional resources in and then how effective it is, we know we're understaffed right now and the volume continues to increase. Especially there's been some state legislator changes in Richmond that are actually only now going to make the volume higher. So we want to make sure when the board does look at the results of the audit that they're getting an accurate picture of what we have. But in the end, it's your all's decision of whether you want to do it now or wait a little bit longer until the folks are in.
Yeah, I know that tonight is not a work session, and I'm especially looking at my colleagues who are hoping. I really appreciate that it is not the work session yet. I would just say that, Ms. Coe, to give you a heads up, I'll want to probe that a little bit more. Maybe we'll talk offline before that 14th. But what's going through my mind is continuous improvement is far more than just if we add more staff. I think there's a lot that we can learn about what's been working, maybe what's not been working. And it's great news, Dr. Brabrand, that we're going to bring on more staff. I completely understand with the changing landscape. But I also don't want to bring on more staff and we still have some things that we need to improve on the actual processes that we have in there. And so then the only other thing I'll say is, I am a huge advocate on the project management, so I am also aware that our incoming superintendent brings a lot of experience from her existing district, so I'll wait to talk about that.
And thank you for the heads up. So I will be prepared for the June 14th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Coe. We always so appreciate you coming here and your perpetual patience with all of us as we work to navigate and make sure that we're being as helpful to you in these topics as we can. Two quick questions that I had. One, just following up on what Ms. McLaughlin said, but I do want to highlight what you said about in the forthcoming audits that you're doing, that you are using the project management as a piece in assessing some of the projects going forward. So I wondered if you could just mention that one more time.
Sure, thank you. So I was mentioning that currently we have an IT audit ongoing, the hardware and the implementation audit. So there is a piece of project management within that. So we are going to look at some selected samples of how our Department of Technology is managing their project.
Awesome. And I think that's maybe one thing that all of us would love to see going forward as we do that. We appreciate that when you take on a department or a big project that you're using that project management as a piece of the assessment tool. So that's awesome. Thank you for that. And I agree with Ms. McLaughlin. It'll be exciting to see what you think going forward. The only question that I had at this juncture was you referenced the error report, special ed, and mentioned that you're hoping to get that to us. And I wondered if you had any time frame yet. I know everybody's kind of chomping at the bit to get that report.
Sure, thank you for the question. So the timing of the final presentation of the report will be between September and November of timing. So I have already reached out to our kind chairs to start looking at the calendar for dates. And in the meantime, I have been closely working with the American Institute for Research, making sure that they will be delivering the report within that time.
Thank you so much. And just a reminder to the public, one of the reasons that that's pushed out a tiny bit, twofold. One was, of course, some of the COVID limitations that we had, but the other was after the first report was delivered to us, we all had some additional questions and a little bit of a deeper dive that we wanted done. And so we worked with you and their office to expand the scope a little bit. So just a reminder to folks who feel like, oh, I thought we were getting this at the end of the year. It's also because we worked to make it what we hope is going to be a much better and more helpful report thanks to you. So thank you again.
Thank you.
I look forward to the work session.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Omesh, followed by Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Coe, always for your professionalism and the great work of your team. I actually wanted to follow up just on the timing question. If you could help clarify, I guess on page 19, I'm trying to make sense of some of the pieces, not just for the special ed study, but when we're reviewing at the work session, are we going to be expecting any of these reports to be complete? If you could just speak to which of them might be completed or what else we can be expecting.
So I think the focus on the work session, Ms. Omesh, will be focusing on approving the fiscal year 23 audit plan. So, and afterwards, I think there will be another opportunity for me to come to the full school board for the annual audit report that likely will be in December, January timeframe to summarize everything that we have completed in that school year. But of course, that during the audit committee meetings, that the audit committee would discuss and looked at all the audit reports that we produced.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's helpful to have preliminary findings of some sort, especially with the ESSER piece, which actually leads me to my second category of questions. I know, you know, in some of the earlier work sessions, we had talked about maybe ESSER 2 informing, just kind of like the rollout of that, informing how we evaluate ESSER 3 based on our findings, et cetera. I don't know if that ended up being folded in. That was our last conversation around the ESSER audit, but if you just walk me through some of the thinking around, you know, where we left off and where we are today.
Sure. So we have already looked at the, I think, first few months of the ESSER 3 transactions. So we are planning to present to the audit committee in May, and that meeting was canceled, so we will be presenting in the June meeting for the ESSER 3 transaction result. And the samples that we looked at is only a couple of months, so it's a little bit short of $4 million of expenditures. We did not expand specifically on ESSER 2 is because not too long ago we have looked at the grant management program in which we believe that ESSER 2 likely maybe follow the similar processes and SOP standard of operations there. Definitely, if we see there are any trends, right, throughout the ESSER 3 review, and again, Ms. Omesh, this will be an ongoing process, right? It's not just at one point. We will continuously look at it using the surprise audit lens to select some of the transactions that may be happening or may look out of ordinary to identify potential challenges. So we will continue to look at that. And I think per one of the work sessions that we discussed before, my office will likely come with the programmatic assessment some point in time. I'm losing track of time, maybe like June, July, August timeframe, so that the school board members can have one comprehensive pictures, not just looking at the program, but also financially, compliance-wise, how we are doing.
Right, exactly. That was kind of ORC being one piece, you guys being another. Yeah. So I guess for those 4 months, right? Is that what I heard you say? Or the amount of time you've been monitoring?
4 million. We looked at 4 million of, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact time frame, but I can, right.
So for that 4 million, have you been able to already kind of derive recommendations and feed that into this iterative process of improvement?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we identify observations, and it will be reported to the audit committee in June, and all the documents are actually available. If any community members are interested, they are on the May 25th, I believe, audit committee site, so they are there. We definitely is continuously to improve the audit attributes, for example, what we are looking at based upon the outcomes of the review.
Right. And then I guess, do you have any role in tracking kind of the follow-up there? So I assume you've presented that to leadership team somehow, right? So that they can better adjust practices?
Yes, exactly. We work very closely with financial services team. We also work very closely with our ESSER 3 program team, led by Ms. Evangeline. So we work very closely with them and let them know what are the items that we can improve upon. So it's a continuous improvement process.
Okay. Would it be possible to have even just a brief update, I think, in kind of showing us how beneficial this priority has been as being an audit priority and what you found, and how that's been informing the work? Because I think that was the original intention, right?
Yes.
Because it's an iterative process, we don't want to just come up with a report after all the grants are already spent, right? It's like, how can we improve based on what we're already learning?
Yep. So maybe at this point, I may not have all the details with me.
Yeah.
If I may save that for our work session and then to have a piece of that to be included there, if that is workable
that's what
for
I'm
you.
Suggesting.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
At
Awesome.
the work session, not right now. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we can do that.
Thanks. And then the final thing is just, I know in our last audit conversation, we also talked about potentially having a priority related to fidelity of implementation of all kinds of programs and being a little bit more innovative, but specifically as an example, we discussed like language access and things like that in terms of our commitments and then what is experienced on the ground by the community and whether those match up. I don't know if you guys were able to explore that any further or...
So yeah, I think we talk about that. It's more about the programmatic side of like the results. Is the return on investment being met, or is the outcomes of the reason why we have the programs being met? So that I think we may need a little bit more conversation about, because our core competency is on, auditing processes, right? Whether they're effective or efficient, but not so much on program evaluation, so to speak. So I think that's definitely a good area, but my team right now may not be equipped with those training, right, in order to provide those type of services. We can explore more. It may involve a little bit of reorganization, so to speak, lack of a better word, for the Office of Auditor General. If it is something that the school board would like to pursue, we can look into that further.
Okay, so where do we start having that conversation for the work session, just so that I know what needs to be done?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Dr. Anderson?
Sorry about that. I was just waiting my turn. Thank you, Ms. Coe, for this presentation. I just have two quick things that I'd like to share. You talked a little bit in terms of why some of the topics were not selected, but you talked about the level of school board member interest and staff interest. You don't have to do it now, but definitely this is something I would like at the work session. If you could speak a little bit more in greater detail regarding your process to determining which audit topics that you do select. Obviously, some are beyond the scope of the office, and I understand that. But with all things being created equal, I'd like to get a better sense of how is it that you're prioritizing in terms of which ones that you will take up. Is it because of a higher interest by school board members? Is it a priority of the school division? Again, you don't have to answer now, but if you'd like to, you could feel free. But I'd like to have some more information about that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anderson. I think I try to stay at a very high level throughout this conversation about some of the considerations about why not of those other topics, but I definitely want to bring it more transparently, right? It's a discussion. I want to make sure what the office does meet and exceed the school board expectation. So maybe at the work session, we can drill further down into it and discuss and explain further. And thank you for giving me that opportunity to do so.
That would be very much appreciated. Secondly, I do have a number of other questions, but I will save that for the work session. But I did want to echo what Ms. McLaughlin just shared. It's a little of a short timeline to be able to turn around the session, provide feedback, have that be provided for digestion and consideration and reflection before the vote. So if there's some space to move that further, I would be in high support of that.
Thank you.
Ms. Tolan, and then Ms. Dernek Koufax, our audit chair.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's a pleasure to work with you on the audit committee. So I appreciate all the information. I just had a quick question, I think to kind of follow up on the conversation that you just had with Ms. Omesh. One of the things I'm excited about that we're doing around our ESSER funds is, the fact that we've brought in, Evangeline and her team to do, some project management around the use of those funds and really look at the programmatic use. And I think it must have been Region 5, one of our RAS teams I was talking with recently about the quarterly reviews that schools are going to be doing to look at, is the money that they're spending actually impacting the students and impacting learning loss and what we're trying to do with those funds. So I think it would be nice to hear at the work session, I think, how you do interface with that programmatic work that's being done and those decisions around that. I understand that your work is really looking at the procedures and the interactions and the transactions that they're doing. But if they're really doing that quarterly review, it would be interesting to hear how you are interacting with that quarterly review process that the program side is doing.
Thank you, Ms. Tolan. And I think you are heads on that our team focus is on the compliance, right, of the transaction, which is our core competency. And at the same time, we do look at the purpose of the funds, right? What has been approved on the school plan? Does it look reasonable, right, for the items that they spend on from an independent auditor point of view? Of course, I do not have the educational strong background, right, to judge to be the subject matter expert. Evangeline and her team, they are. So one of the things we can possibly look at is the quarterly review, right? We can treat that as one of the key control, right? Meaning the key checks and balances and see if that is happening. If so, what is the quality? What is the outcome? We can look at the paper trail, what they have agreed upon doing, and in reality, have they really done it or not? So I think those type of services we can offer, because to me it's part of the audit, right? If that is really happening, and if so, is that effective? But we cannot evaluate, like, is that really worth the money, or is that really improve the quality and bridging the learning gap and for the wellness? That will be something that will be the research and strategic improvement office. Maybe they will be better suited to evaluate that, I believe.
Right, they may make a decision about, is this piece of software, for example, that they're using to stem learning loss in mathematics.
Right.
Looking at student data, is it really working or not? No, we're going to make a change. You would follow how does that decision, the decisions made, how do they make the change? How do they change their expenditures?
Right.
So it might just be interesting to hear more about that at the work session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Coe, I just want to thank you. Thank you and your team for your hard work ethic, for your professionalism. This is the first time in all my tenure on this board that I've worked with audit, and I so am enjoying my opportunity to serve as the chair because I get to work with you and your team. Two things I would like to note, Madam Chair. I agree with my colleagues who stated we would like a little more time between the work session and the approval of this plan, because I think there may be some changes that, other board members or updates that we would like to give. And so I just want to state that now for the record. and hope you and Miss Sizemore-Heiser could, as I read your name, because my brain is, you two can adjust the calendar accordingly. I would appreciate that. And I will also at that time, and I will give you a heads up, there may be a topic that I'm bringing up that we're kind of talking about tonight, but we'll later on in the budget. But it may be able to involve audit in some way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Coe, thank you. It's always a pleasure, and we will look at the calendar. We will try to do our best. In years past, it has been a pretty smooth process to approve this, but if there seems to be some thought on the board that we will need more time, I'm sure we can work that out, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 4.01, confirmation of action taken in closed meeting. I'll call on Dr. And I think somebody had their mic on. Okay. I'll call on Dr. Anderson for a motion.
I move that the continuing contract teachers identified in closed session be dismissed at the conclusion of the 2021-2022 school year and their contracts not renewed for the 2022-2023 school year.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Frisch. All those in favor? That is. So much, are you voting? Okay. All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion passes. I'll call on Ms. Corbett-Sanders for a motion.
I move that the probationary teacher identified in closed session be dismissed at the conclusion of the 2021-2022 school year and their contract not be renewed for the 2022-2023 school year.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Dernak Koufax. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Motion passes with one person away. I'll call on Ms. Cohen for a motion.
I move that a recommendation to revoke the Virginia teaching license of the teacher identified in closed meeting be forwarded to the Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Corbett-Sanders. All those in favor? That is unanimous with one person away. I now call on Ms. Corbett-Sanders for another motion.
I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who has been charged with a crime in the community and to confirm the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Dernak Koufax. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, if I could be recognized, I'd like to just kindly correct the record of my previous vote in support. The one I abstained, that was meant to be this one.
Okay,
Without
objections, can we please fix that in the, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Somesh. Okay. We are, Ms. Corbett-Sanders again for a motion.
I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who physically assaulted another student on school grounds and to modify the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Frisch. All those in favor? Raise your hands, please. All those opposed? All those abstaining? That motion passes with one away from the table. And I'll now call on Ms. Cohen for a motion. I'm sorry, Ms. Toland for a motion. Apologize. Who did I
Rhymes. I move that the contracts for the teachers discussed in closed session not be renewed for the 2022-23 school year.
Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Anderson. All those in favor? Okay, that is unanimous with those of us who are at the table. Woo, we're finally to the main event of the night. Agenda item 4.03, fiscal year 23, approved budget. I'll call on Budget Chair Ms. Corbett-Sanders for our motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the school board adopt the fiscal year 2023 approved budget as detailed in the fiscal year 2023 advertised budget, modified by the adjustments included in the agenda item.
Is there a second? seconded by Budget Vice Chair Ms. Tolan. Ms. Corbett-Sanders, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If you can just hold on one moment, please. This has been another tough year due to the pandemic, but as the Budget Committee Chair, I am generally pleased with the budget development process for the fiscal year 23, but recognize that we can always improve on our processes and look forward to further feedback from all of my colleagues. I am thankful for the partnership of the Budget Committee's Vice Chair, Elaine Tolan, Lee Burden, our Assistant Superintendent, and Director of Finance, Alice Wigington. It has been a pleasure to work together over the past few months with you ladies. Last year in October, we asked for a compilation of follow-ons from fiscal year 18 through fiscal year 22 to ensure that all had been addressed in our budget. A listing of all budget follow-ons was provided with only one, the middle school start times, unresolved. Also, in October, the Budget Committee sent out a survey to determine the school board priorities and then conducted a work session to discuss it in greater detail. The survey asked school board members to share themes the fiscal year 23 budget should be centered around and requested feedback about non-negotiable items and solicited ideas on how the budget development process might be smoother. Based on the survey results, a resolution was approved by the November 11, 2021 regular meeting. A priority for this board was to address the critical needs of the school system as we navigated out of COVID. Priorities included mitigating and remediating the impact of COVID-19 on academics, on school and academic achievement, learning loss, and achievement gaps, investments in literacy and the science of reading, as well as investments in school counselors, nurses, psychologists, behavioral interventionists, assistant principals, and special ed leads in elementary schools, and the recruitment and retention of world-class educators, including compensation, professional development, and planning time. I know that Ms. Tolan will speak to the much-needed investments in the environmental sustainability that are also included in this budget. At the beginning of the year, we experienced bus driver and substitute shortages, and this board increased pay for both of those categories and continues to work in that area. We also did in those areas. Having said this, there are a number of follow-on motions tonight to this main motion, which will also address compensation, and I look forward to that discussion. In conclusion, Dr. Brabrand provided recommendations to balance the budget and address school board priorities identified in the follow-on to our advertised budget adoption in February. And then we again revised recommendations to include other school board priorities identified at the May 10th work session. And I hope that there is an agreement to accept these recommendations. Dr. Brabrand's recommendations represent the superintendent and his team's best thinking and will put us on a good path forward in fiscal year 23 as we are led by Superintendent Reed. The school board reached consensus on a few select amendments included in this omnibus motion and follow-on motion for the year-end review, which will be discussed later this evening. So once again, I'd like to extend my gratitude and thankfulness to Dr. Brabrand, his team, and the Budget Office for all of their hard work this year, and I hope my colleagues will support this motion.
Ms. Tolan?
Thank you. Just a couple of items. I do want to thank our staff and my colleague on the budget team, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. But I also really want to thank everyone else, on the board for your time and all of the discussions around priorities and ideas and things that you had around our budget priorities as well. I am pleased to see that the budget that we are putting forward tonight has an array of items that gets at these priorities that we've discussed for the last couple of years. As Ms. Corbett-Sanders mentioned, we did a full review of previous motions going back several years early in this process. I'm very excited about the focus on strong academics, looking at funding areas of literacy work, phase 2 of putting AARTs in every school, improving and increasing the numbers of ESOL teachers, et cetera. We're looking at closing learning gaps, providing professional development that's needed for our staff, and hiring of key personnel to work in these areas. There's a great focus on student and staff mental health by increasing staffing in counselors, nurses, psychologists, social workers, translators, parent liaisons, and increasing after-school activities and programs. We are looking to make our compensation more competitive. We have market scale adjustments and step increases included across the board in this budget. We have professional development for all employees, not just our teachers, and new and increased planning time for our elementary staff, which will enable them to really be more focused in the classroom, working with our students to work on our learning loss issues, increase academics, and social and emotional support for our students. I'm very excited that we have some additional staff in this budget for facilities use planning to better understand our future capacity needs across the district, and funding for sustainability to further the joint work that we are doing with Fairfax County around the areas of the environment. So that's just a taste of some of the great things in the budget. So I look forward to hearing from my colleagues and hopefully moving forward with this budget. Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Thank you. I do want to first express my appreciation to my colleagues. I know that you have had to listen to me through many budget work sessions and hammering at some issues that really have been challenging for me to come to terms with. And so I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for your patience with that. Dr. Brabrand, I've always said I love your heart. And being this is your last budget that you are overseeing, I do want to give a friendly nod to your great care and dedication to every single one of our employees in the system. I know that you are so devoted to making sure that we provide them the most competitive pay possible. And I share that commitment with you. And as you said, this is a good news budget. And this is now my 11th budget as a board member. And I am thrilled with many aspects that are good news here. And for that, I wanted to recognize you for that. But, you know, that's the good news. The difficulty for me, the not so good news for me, as you know, and you and your team have also had to handle my numerous probing questions that had to do with how we are delivering professional development. Are we, as a division, compared to Arlington, Loudoun, Prince William, able to do it in the most efficient and effective way possible? And so, you know, that's been a hang-up for me, that when each day costs us almost $11 million, it concerns me. I did want to spotlight again a good news. What you are proposing for our elementary school teachers and the professional development, what our elementary school principals have said, you know I stand behind you, and I appreciate that. There is the one final day that I just can't get through at this point. I also am someone, as you know, who loves to see the homework and the data behind a decision, the holistic data. So the salary scale enhancement at $4.2 million, it continues to remain a concern for me. That is a permanent thing we're going to do, you guys. I mean, once you layer you know, an added step onto a scale, it's there. You can't just take it away. And given that the county government did add on an extra step at the top for public safety for recruitment and retention purposes, we're doing it across all of the scales. It's a different approach, and I would have felt better had we done the analysis before we commit to it. And I guess I'll end up needing a go back so I can finish my remarks. Thank you.
Dr. Anderson, followed by Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. I will be brief. I too, like those who've spoken before me, I do want to say thank you to the budget team, to Ms. Corbett-Sanders and Ms. Tolan. Your work has really resulted in a very smooth budget process, and I'm very appreciative of all those extra hours. I also want to say thank you to Ms. Burden and her team for answering questions and emails at all hours. Thank you, and all of those folks behind you. Given that it is your last budget and one of our last times sitting next to each other, I do want to say thank you to Dr. Brabrand. I really felt that in this process, more than ever before, even though I know we had that weird COVID year, I felt like we were all heard in this process, and there's something in there that really is important to each of our communities. And I'd like to highlight some of that here in my remarks. Ms. Tolan did share many areas that were of success, and this is a good news budget. I don't want to not say that it is, but there are some areas that I'm very excited about. The parent liaison, which is an area that has been of great concern to me, that has shown up here because we know the work that those individuals put in, and being properly compensated was important. So thank you to Mr. McDonald for conducting that compensation study that did find that those individuals were under market, and having the appropriate strategies to remedy that in this budget. Very excited about the elementary planning, because we know how difficult it is for those individuals who do the most planning to have the least time in our system. Not just in our system, frankly, in every system. And I've worked in 5, and elementary always gets the shorter end of that stick. I'm very excited about some of the recruitment and retention strategies. We talk about valuing diversity. We talk about ensuring that our workforce feels valued. And I think these efforts that you have listed here will help to support that. The Call Me Mr. program, I'm very excited about having a stream of diverse candidates on a regular basis, especially during a time where there's a teacher shortage. And it's just great to have another stream where we can access good candidates. I know that there's some areas that we need to continue to work on. Our bus drivers, that's been a conversation that I had at this past work session, and I'd like for us to continue making sure that all of our employees feel that those efforts that we're putting forward. I have a follow-on motion later on that I'm putting forward with Ms. Cohen that's going to speak to really making sure that we're encompassing the other employees, which may not have gotten the focus of this budget. You know, I do understand we have a large system, and sometimes we have to take small chunks. And so I'm looking forward to having those conversations. And again, thank you to everyone and all of their work on this budget.
Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. Sorry. There we go. Thank you very much. I want to thank Ms. Corbett-Sanders and Ms. Tolan for working with staff to get us a very smooth budget process and a very collaborative process indeed. We've been working on this for a very long time, with work sessions and early conversations about priorities that help smooth the way. So very much appreciated. And I too think this is largely a good news budget, but we will always have more work to do. And some of the follow-on motions tonight point us in that direction of things that we want to tackle further this year and things that we will be addressing for years to come. I'm also excited about the investments we are making in literacy and professional development, academics. As Ms. Tolan mentioned, we're funding AARTs in every school. It also includes pay and step increases for our incredible educators and staff. Again, it isn't enough. They deserve so much more, but it's a down payment on our commitment to them as professionals. There is also money in here for recruitment and retention for staff, with an emphasis on attracting and retaining a workforce that looks like the students and families they serve. Finally, I want to point out that we are investing in our electric bus transition. We're up to 28 buses. Not all of them are here yet, but that's what we're at. And our Joint Environmental Task Force goals of achieving carbon neutrality by 2040 and zero waste by 2030. Remember, conservation and energy efficiency already saves us $8 million a year, and that's money that gets reinvested in student success every single year. So you can imagine how much more we will save as we lean into that success. Thanks a lot.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Great, thank you. And I don't want to add too much to what my colleagues have said. I too am really excited about this budget. You know, it's interesting, we hear a lot from our community about what are you doing to close gaps. And what we're doing is a really holistic budget that's focused on the social and emotional support our children need so they can be successful in school. Family liaisons, so our families can be true partners in their children's education, because the research shows that when families are engaged, students do better. We are focused on providing advanced academics for all of our students through ARTs in every school. We are focused on increasing the counselors to help our students deal with the increasing mental health needs that our doctors and our psychologists tell us, because children who have mental health needs are not available for learning. We're focusing on paying our teachers and step increases for our teachers and professional development for our teachers so we can have fidelity of implementation of our academics, and so we can have teachers who feel valued, although we have work to do in that area. And we are focusing on some of our most vulnerable students with the greatest gaps. We're focused on ESOL teachers, special education teacher support for novice teachers, special ed department chairs, and something I know the special ed community's asked for a while, which is a 2E coordinator. And I also am very excited about our strategies to recruit and retain a diverse workforce, because studies show that students who see themselves reflected in their school leaders do better. And I'm really grateful that we're looking for programs. We have a multicultural society, so it's really important to have a multicultural teaching staff so our students see themselves reflected. I'm really grateful to our budget chair and budget vice chair for their hard work, and to our budget chair today for being really flexible about our retention strategy, so we're not just going towards one program for recruitment and retention, but we're giving the flexibility to our new superintendent and our new HR superintendent to take that placeholder funds and use it for a program that they think would work best. So I'm very excited about that as well. And I want to really just thank Ms. Corbett-Sanders and Ms. Tolan seriously for all your hard work in taking 12 voices and 12 priorities and working hard to bring them into one cohesive and strong budget. And thank you, Dr. Braybrand, too, and Ms. Burden and Ms. Whittington for answering all the questions. I try not to call you late at night, because that's when I talk to my daughter in Seattle, but you know, I appreciate all of your hard work, and Dr. Braybrand, and I appreciate all my colleagues, because each of us bring a passion and a knowledge in an area, but together I think we're really strong in making sure that we have a good budget. So thank you.
We have some go-backs, and I will, oh, Ms. Marin.
Hi. Yes, thank you. I'm very excited that this budget encompasses so many avenues to continue to strengthen our public education. For students in Fairfax County, you know, I have to wonder when we hear comments from the public, as we did tonight, about nothing on our agenda tonight is about academic instruction. I mean, the budget is the essence of what we do. It's our mechanism for how we provide public services. So I certainly encourage the public to be part of the budget process, to view the many documents that are online for this evening and have been for months. This is the core work of our school board and our school division. I'm particularly pleased about the professional development and resources that are going to further expand the science of reading, which is going to guide further how we instruct children in literacy. And I'm also thrilled that we're getting those special education leads in our elementary school who can assist with not only some of that administrative paperwork and take that off the plate of our teachers, but also have real, you know, deeper knowledge with children and understanding their cases and their needs to better provide them services. I'm thrilled about more staff to provide the social emotional support for students who we must always remember are children. Where they're children finding their way in the world, and they're not only learning academics, but they're learning the skills of how to survive on their own and get through life, which, as we know, is quite emotional and can be quite frustrating. So, and I'm especially thrilled to see our Get to Green budget. The staff budget is doubling to a grand total of 4. But it's still doubling, so I'm going to take that. So it's very exciting. Thank you to Ms. Corbett-Sanders, Ms. Tolan, and of course Ms. Burden and Ms. Wigington and our staff, Mr. Smith, and thank you.
Ms. Dana Koufax.
Thank you. So my colleagues love when I say, you know, you should have seen the budget before. and Dr. Brabrand loves that too, because I always tell him how difficult it was. Just prior to him, I had a Facebook message that I won't even read, but it was one of those notifications, and it really talked about suing the state and really hard language about how difficult these budgets were. And I will say this was from 2017, so this wasn't from 50 years ago. So, you know, no budget's perfect. But this one has some really good things with the MSA, those eligible for STEP, with the professional development, with the literacy, changes in literacy, investments there, with elementary school planning that has been asked for a long time, the ESOL teachers and our special ed teachers. And also for what I always advocate is to make sure everyone has that opportunity for getting the most robust education and through our advanced academic programs. So by the addition of advanced academic teachers in elementary schools and making sure very small portion, but a big thing to those kids and those schools that don't have the monies to get robotics kits or algebra manipulatives for those young scholars. So I thank everyone for their work. I too will have an amendment coming up. Thank you, Ms. Corbett-Sanders and Ms. Tolan for your hard work, to Lee and your team for all of your hard work and always being there and picking up the phone when we need to talk or we don't, those of us who don't understand every detail, you're right there to help us. So thank you so much. And I look forward to further dialogue with the follow-on motions as well.
Ms. Cohen?
This always turns into a bit of a love fest for Ms. Burden and Alice, and it should, because, man, you guys take an awful lot, and including a phone call this morning for me trying to completely upend a portion of our budget. So thank you. For talking me off a cliff, but also always explaining things in a way, as Ms. Derenak-Kovats said, that really make a lot of sense. So thank you, and your patience. Good gracious, your patience. So much of what Ms. Derenak-Kovats said has really been on my heart as we've gone through this budget. I really appreciate Ms. Corbett-Sanders and Ms. Tolan and all the work that you did to go back and look at the kinds of things that we talked about before COVID hit and we walked into this new board, all of us together, and had a lot of shared passions and everything changed in the blink of an eye. And so thank you for going back and looking at where we wanted to be and what we saw kind of as the future before the world turned upside down. I especially want to highlight a couple of things. I mentioned getting to go speak to a Teachers for Tomorrow class, and the first thing that I asked them was everyone to go around the room and tell me who their most impactful teacher was. And one of the students said, named a teacher that she had had in high school last year, and she's a senior, and she said because she was the first black teacher that I've ever had. The first person I ever saw that looked like me. So when we question why is this important, that's why it's important. Bus driver, family liaison salary increases, thank goodness. Is it enough? Absolutely not. So we will continue to work on that, and you have our commitment. The TAM office, our talent and recruitment, again, working on a skeleton crew. Thank you. We're really excited about all the things that Sean is going to be able to do going back into that role and help us continue to find these amazing teachers who and staff and bus drivers and food service workers and maintenance folks and custodians who make this school system the amazing school system that it is. And the only, I can't end on all positive. The only thing I will just encourage is as we bring those SPED leads in, please ensure that they are not getting a caseload, which is what we have promised them as part of this. So please be mindful of that as you watch those things happen in our elementary schools. But again, thank you to everybody for such a collaborative process, and I look forward to voting yes.
That was very good, Ms. Cohen. We do have a couple of go-backs. Ms. McLaughlin?
Thank you. I just wanted to wrap up a couple things that I didn't get to touch on. First of all, I will continue to reiterate my concern that we have underfunded our Office of Facilities Management for far too long. In receiving a chart from Mr. Plattenberg, I'm just going to read this out so that it is on everyone's mind. In infrastructure replacement, it has pretty much been flat since fiscal year 2011. You might have had like a 1 million bump, and that was about it. When you go to major maintenance, if you look at it, it's pretty much been flat since 2014, and with just 1 year bump last year. I say that because anyone who's talking with their principals and their community know that there continue to be annual maintenance needs. And so, I know Dr. Brabrand, this isn't the problem you will inherit. And I do know, again, that I think you and your team do struggle with being able to prioritize, but I do worry that I think it has been asked to do a lot with not much infusion of funding, and that's been a concern to me. I do want to also thank my colleagues on the intensive conversation that you have brought to this board's awareness on bus driver pay scales. The compression piece really does concern me. I know we're going to talk about that in a little bit, but I also want to thank Dave Swan, who has been just remarkable in helping me to understand where the concerns are, and I wanted them to I wanted to make sure they felt heard tonight. And then I just had one quick clarifying question again, Dr. Brabrand. I know it was sort of explained, so maybe you or Ms. Burden can explain a little bit more again. So the $10 million placeholder that we had for the state budget, that we weren't sure if there was going to be unfunded mandates that might come. They haven't passed their budget yet, correct? So what's happening? Is that $10 million staying as a placeholder, and then is it going to fall out, or what did you all decide to do?
I'll let Ms. Burden address that. Thanks.
No, we reduced the 10 million state legislative placeholder as part of the adjustments to the budget during this adopted stage. To my knowledge, there's only one unfunded mandate that is still being considered, but there are a couple of revenue items that are being considered as well that we would be able to use those funds to cover any unfunded mandate that comes along with it.
And then the line item that we had with the $2 million for the market, it's called the market comparative analysis placeholder. That's still there, correct? Or did you take that out as well?
No, that has been distributed to be able to implement the family liaison market study recommendation and the bus driver recommendation as well. I think we were a couple of $100,000 less than that $2 million, but that's included in the list of items that are adjustments to the budget.
But it will be taking place in the fiscal year 23, those two analyses.
Yes, is July 1 is the effective date. We just distributed it to the appropriate accounts.
Yeah, no, I understand that part. I'm just being mindful that it's going to cost us $2 million to do those two market analysis.
Actually, I think it's 0.9 for the family liaisons and 1.3 for the bus drivers.
Mm-hmm. But we didn't.
That's not the analysis. That's the money distributed to get their pay, correct?
Yes.
So it's not for the study. That's the money is being distributed to those groups. That's the ongoing dollars to make sure that it happened. I think we made one-time adjustments, and this is the follow-through to honor those adjustments that we had made. If I got that correct, Ms. Burden?
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
it's not money for the study. It's not a $2 million study. It's additional salary for those two groups permanently.
Yeah, I think that maybe the way we list it out then creates the confusion that we're about to do an analysis and this is the placeholder for it. So, so again, finally, I will just say to my colleagues, yes, there's a lot of good things in here, but I do feel that for me, it fell short of feeling that, you know, we've got probably $15 or $20 million that I'm worried we haven't invested where we needed to, as I mentioned, things like facilities. And there was information that I just did not feel that was brought forward to make an informed decision. So I know it comes as no surprise. I spoke to Ms. Corbett-Sanders. I wish I could be joining you. I did join you in February to vote in support of the proposed budget, but in principle, with all the questions I've asked, I just am not in a place that I can vote for it tonight. But I appreciate the collegiality that has taken place throughout this, and wanted to make sure you understood where I was coming from. So thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Yes, and I'm actually very glad to follow Ms. McLaughlin, because there is some question about our commitment to investments and maintenance. And I would like to have a bit more clarity, because I understand that, was it $30 million out of ESSER funds went into maintenance?
Yes, it's actually been $33 million. I mean, we've had, you know, to the point that, as was stated before, you know, this is such a celebratory budget. When Ms. Cohen spoke of, you know, do we wish we had more? Absolutely. We've had ESSER money to the amount that I just referred to. We've defrayed through the Joint Board of Supervisors and School Board for our capital program an increase of historical amounts and offset operating funds that are transferred each year from the general county for major maintenance. In addition, Lee's team has cobbled money together where they can for us. But to the point, as everyone knows, and it's no secret, that we have a backlog of over 220 million of items past their useful life. And our capital program is an average 37 years. So yeah, we do have challenges before us, but we've made great inroads, and I look forward to that continuation.
No, I agree, and I think we could always have more money. If we could, I would love to have more money, but we have been chronically underfunded for many years, and we are doing catch-up, and this budget does reflect those priorities. And I know that we do have priorities that we'll talk about later tonight, especially on some security priorities, as well as priorities in collaboration with the Board of Supervisors. If I remember correctly, didn't the Board of Supervisors increase the amount of money they transfer every year for maintenance, and as well as in our capital program over the past 4 years that I've been involved in it, actually 7. And the last piece is that part of the end of year funding is that we've increased the amount of maintenance. So there is a continuous commitment. You know, would we like to do more? Absolutely, yes. But I just wanted to make sure that people understood that we are continuing to invest in maintenance as well as capital improvement. Thank you. One last piece. We are going to vote on this budget, and I did want to clarify, there was a statement made by Dr. Anderson, which I very much appreciate, regarding the recruitment, and there's funding in there for the recruitment of male teachers, and the specific program is there's going to be a continued discussion with the new incoming assistant superintendent to determine the best way, which program is the best one, and we will have that conversation. So if you look at the line item on the budget, it does say investment in, and that was a slight modification as a result of conversations at the board table on Tuesday. And in the budget documents, it clearly states that there is the option for refining that program using Call Me Mr. or other programming, but there was some outstanding information that was being waited for. But I wanted to make sure that that's why it is focused on the recruitment of diverse male teachers. And with that, I think we're ready to vote. And then I know there's some conversation about the follow-on motion, so we may have to just take a quick pause.
I think we're almost ready to vote. I'll speak very quickly. because
I turn on
people-
my light.
Okay, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett Sanders, for that clarification, because I was not present for that part of the discussion. Thank you for sharing that there's going to be further discussion on that. I was not present for that part of the discussion. Can I get some quick, well, you can perhaps do it. Can I get a quick summary as to why we landed there? Because I know this is a program that Dr. Brabrand had been talking about actually since before the pandemic. And I'm kind of concerned about the hold because we've had multiple conversations about it, and he has brought some things forward to us in the past when this was brought forward, and then it was cut because we were in a pandemic and we had some other priorities. So I'd like to know how we landed on pulling that specific one for further discussion.
There was a discussion amongst the board on Tuesday, and then there were subsequent discussions with Mr. McDonald as to whether or not, what his timing for whether he had to have an RFP out on the street. And based on those conversations, it was decided to ensure that we had the the male recruitment for diverse candidates. And if you read the budget subsequent memo, it does allow for that program, but there was some concern that we have a brand new assistant superintendent coming in and a brand new superintendent. And so to give the opportunity to look at that with the focus on male teachers of diversity, that was the reasoning to at least give that opportunity for the new superintendent.
Thank you for that. I have to say I am concerned that that piece is being pulled. But before I go there, Mr. McDonald, can you, he's not here. He's virtual. Mr. McDonald, can you share what the other programs that came up as part of the discussion? Or
I think Mr. McDonald wasn't able to make it for tonight, but Mr. Drager is here and can respond.
So I'll actually take it. So in terms of the conversation, we are hopeful of having this placeholder of $500,000 in the budget so that we can have these discussions with Dr. Wilson and Dr. Reed about programs. We know that we've talked about the Call Me Mr. program. It's important for us to have resources so that we can recruit and retain male candidates of color and have a diverse pool. And so in order for us to continue that conversation with Dr. Reed and Dr. Wilson, we've agreed to some language to ensure that we have that ability and have those resources in the budget.
Were there any other ideas of other programs that came up during that discussion?
So no, we haven't had a full discussion about the options before us, but would certainly want to have the options or at least the resources available so that when we engage and have those discussions, it could very well continue to be the Call Me Mr. program, but we wanted to have the dollars in the budget so that when we had those discussions, we'd be ready to go.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I won't take any more time with my questions because I was not present for the rest of that discussion. But I do have to share my disappointment in kind of this turn of events because this has been a piece that has been discussed for multiple years, and there are many things in the budget that I think we could have put a placeholder for discussion with Dr. Reed and Dr. Wilson, and yet that did not happen. But it happened here. But I am looking forward very much so to those continuing conversations about this. But I do have to express my deep disappointment with where we are on this effort.
Mr. Frisch?
Thank you. I did not realize that this had been removed from the budget documents. I'm disappointed as well. That said, I, like Dr. Anderson, look forward to having conversations with Dr. Reed and others about how this is going to be used and how we will further the goals.
Ms. Corbett Sanders, would you like to clarify that? Because I think there is definitely misunderstanding here.
Thank you. The money is there in the program. The money is there for a finalization and a refinement of the program to ensure that we are able to attract and retain adult or male teachers of color. And there were some questions as to how the Call Me Mr. program or another program, but in particular Call Me Mr. would ensure that we were able to attract and tailor it to the needs of the state of Virginia, here in Fairfax County, working with partners in the state of Virginia. They've identified one school to work with, Longwood College, but they haven't identified others. And so it's to flesh it out, to provide more details so that we can get this program moving to ensure that we attract and retain diverse male teachers. And so that was the only reason, because there were a lot of questions. And so to get this moving forward, we wanted to get this budget moving forward, and these were being raised on Tuesday. So to be able to solidify that the new superintendent, assistant superintendent would be able to finalize this program.
Ms. Marin, did you have your light on?
Actually, let me confirm what you're saying, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. So you're saying that there is money for an initiative to recruit male teachers of color. It just might not be the Call Me Mr. program. That still could be an option, but it's not being determined at this time.
What it allows is that they could offer further refinement to the Call Me Mr. program, or if Dr. Wilson said, working with Dr. Reed, that there was another program that was more refined and more targeted, then she would bring that, they would bring it to this board and say that's what they want to do. But the focus is to ensure that we have a program in place for the recruiting and retention of male teachers of color.
Okay, I think that's a yes to my question. Okay. Thank you.
All right, I think I'm going to take my turn, my first turn. I'll just quickly address that just to clarify. This piece is very different because we are going, it's not a year of investment of money. It's multi-millions of dollars for years in the future. So considering we have 2 new leaders coming with both focused on this as a priority along with this board, it really is a pause to ensure that that is the direction and the program that they want to take. And we have also been waiting on data from the Call Me Mr. program that has never come our way. So thank you, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, for clarifying that. Okay. Everybody has already talked about all the wonderful priorities, and like Ms. Marin, I am disappointed that all our speakers today did not want to stay to hear about the most important thing that this board does, because if they had, I think they would have heard that their priorities are our priorities, and we have a budget that very much reflects our values. And anybody who questions that needs to take out our budget and see we put our money where our mouth is every single day. I'm proud of this budget because I think it hits many, many of our priorities. I think it's going to move the needle forward. I understand we all may not, we may have some questions. We may have some different ideas, but we are 12 people, and we try to collaborate and come up with the best possible product at the end of the day. And I think we've done that, and I really want to also say my thank you to my colleagues, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, Ms. Tolan, and to our wonderful staff who spend many, many intense hours the entire year working on a budget. It doesn't just show up pretty and put together for us to pick apart. It really requires intense work behind the scenes. So I want to thank you all for doing that. And I think everybody would love to vote on this tonight. So if we could get the motion on the screen, please. I will go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? Okay, that motion passes. We have a budget. Congrats, Dr. Brabrand and staff and colleagues.
I just want to make one quick comment. This is my last budget, as Ms. McLaughlin said. And one of the things I'm particularly proud of, first I want to thank the entire board for your support this whole year. I want to thank Ms. Corbett-Sanders and Ms. Tolan for being chair and vice chair of the budget process. It's a huge, it's constant. It actually starts like in another 24 hours for the next year. I want to thank the Fantastic Four, Marty, Lee, Alice, and Matt Norton. I don't think Matt, is Matt here? Oh my God, Matt is here. The Fantastic Four, big round of applause. All of the meetings, all of the hours, all of the phone calls. And I want to do a Tammy Darnat Koufax replay. When I arrived here, it was cut list every single year. When I asked the leadership team about the budget in the first year, they came to me and said, well, what are you asking me to cut now? We didn't cut anything over my tenure here. We had to freeze during the pandemic, and that was tough. But we moved forward around your priorities, the community priorities, parent priorities, principal and teacher priorities, and I'm proud of it. I'm super proud of it, and we did it in a collaborative way that didn't dominate the news, that didn't need a hashtag, that said collaboration can work, and I still believe in it. Your public hearing this year had 12 people out of a county of over 1 million come, and tonight there are 3 here as we pass. Not in years past where hundreds were angry, frustrated, didn't feel heard. We still have work to do to engage our families and community on many things, but this budget process is getting more and more refined, and this board's leadership in making that happen is something that needs to be acknowledged, and I'm proud of having partnered with you these last several years to make this. This is a good news budget, and this is the shot in the arm that our teachers and staff and community need as we come out of this pandemic and get even more set for an even greater year next year. Thank you, and good luck with the follow-on motions. I'm sure you can go through those in all deliberate speed. Thanks.
Right. Well, if there isn't any objection from anyone, I would suggest that we just take a 5-minute break and then we finish off the night. Let's do it. We'll be back at 10 on the dot. no, we're starting, it's 10. Let's go. We are moving on with our follow-ons, and I'll call on Mr. Frisch. Okay.
Karen.
I'll call on Ms. Corbett Sanders, apologies, for a follow-on motion. And she will be ready, and there she is.
I move that the school board direct the superintendent, as part of the fiscal year 22 year-end budget review, to prioritize funding to address Fairfax County Public Schools cost share for electric buses, the Young Scholars extracurricular enrichment, middle school start time study, adult and community education resources, school counselors hold harmless reserve replenishment, additional maintenance support, and stadium bathrooms. We will also have a couple other follow-on motions to address additional issues.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Tolan. Ms. Corbett Sanders, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you very much. All the items listed in this follow-on motion are items that can be paid for out of one-time monies. They are not monies that go into the operating fund, and that's why we look to the year end to be able to do that. There are going to be a couple of other follow-on motions tonight which will address other priorities to be discussed and to be brought to us at the year end. Prior to adopting a year-end carryover allotment, we will have a conversation at the board table, and the superintendent will provide us with prioritization similar to what he and his team has done all year long. So I would appreciate the support of this board in this follow-on motion, because each one of these items have been discussed and set aside as a priority. In particular, the FCPS cost share for electric buses allows us to take advantage of very preferential grant funding to achieve or to accelerate our deployment of electric buses in our fleet. The Young Scholars extracurricular enrichment manipulatives are the manipulatives that Ms. Derenak Koufax has talked about that are so very important for our students, to include algebraic manipulatives and others. Then we have the middle school start time study, which we did have a study done many years ago, but given where we are today, we thought that that needed to be updated so that we are able to fulfill the long-time commitment of this board in pursuing middle school start times. Adult and community education resources. I know that we've had many conversations and we've had some studies done on the financial viability of that program, and we typically add some money in, but especially this year with COVID, the return after COVID, that program may need additional supports. There's another piece of that program, and we don't have the specific numbers for it, which is the impact of when we have salary enhancements. That does impact the operating cost of ACE, and we are still waiting for additional information there. The school counselors hold harmless. That is in relationship to the, we used our staffing reserve to ensure that we did not lose counselors as a result of fluctuating enrollment, but that we may have to refill the staffing reserve to account for what we expect to be continued increase in enrollment. Additional maintenance support. We anticipate to add additional at least $3 million to that area, but once again, we will have additional conversations. And on the stadium bathrooms, and I perhaps should turn this over to Ms. McLaughlin, but this was an area that had been raised at this table. with discussions between the Board of Supervisors to find a way to ensure that we have actual bathrooms at each of the stadiums throughout Fairfax County. And the Board of Supervisors last Tuesday passed a resolution to ensure that they would do a cost share with us. To ensure that the remaining bathrooms, using a kind of a plug-and-play model, would be able to be rolled out in a very short period of time. I think it's like 3 years or 2.5 years. And so those are all items that had been discussed, and so I'm just hoping that my colleagues can support that, because they're all one time.
Thank you. Ms. Tolan?
Just briefly, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, thank you for going through each item and kind of re-explaining it. I do want to just reiterate that these are items that at this point would be one-time funding. That's why they're here, and we're looking at year-end funds for them. They're not things that are ongoing, things like salaries for bus drivers or something like that, that we'll also be, having some further discussion on. I know that we've got some other follow-on motions coming around items like, our vestibules, security vestibules, that would also be a one-time funding item. So, Ms. Burden, I was wondering if I could put you on the spot for a second to just talk a little bit more about that year-end process and what you think our prospects are. I know it's hard to tell, but for this, upcoming year and when those discussions will happen and how that will work, and how this will fold into that.
Yeah, we typically start looking at what the available balance might be after May closes. So next week sometime is when we'll begin looking at that. We'll have our standard year-end carryover for schools carryover, departments critical carryover, encumbrances, centrally budgeted projects that are, multiple years, grants, those kinds of things. We also fund the beginning balance for not this coming year, fiscal 23, but fiscal 24. It's always the subsequent year, not the year that we're in. And then, we typically do have some funding left after that, and these items will be the things that will be funded, and if there are additional funds, then there will need to be more discussion. And that item typically comes to you all mid-July at the last meeting before the hiatus, and that's as new business. And then when you come back in August, there's a work session and then a final approval.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tolan. Colleagues, there were a lot of lights that never went out, so if you are not in the queue, okay. We will go ahead and start with Ms. Omesh.
Okay, thank you. I didn't comment on the budget earlier, so I do want to start off by thanking my colleagues, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, Ms. Tolan, for their hard work getting us here in the budget and the many iterations, and Dr. Braybrand, Ms. Burden, and the full team. I know there were some mismatched expectations, frustrations along the way, but I'm happy that we landed somewhere better than where we started. I did have some questions here. So I know that we're saying the year-end money is a one-time money, but I suppose theoretically the next superintendent can fold that into the budget, right? Nothing precludes that? If we were to fund something that is recurring?
No, and that does occasionally happen. Well, I guess rarely would be a better word. And when it does happen, then we do have to build it into the next year's base.
Right. So it would be possible to plan for in the following year?
Yes, but we don't recommend it.
Okay. Is there a reason we don't recommend it?
It's because it's one-time funds and should be used for one-time things.
Right, and then allocated in the future budget from recurring money.
But that's an increase to your next year's budget.
Say that again, sorry?
That's an increase to your next year's budget.
Or a reallocation, right? Depending on the priorities of the next superintendent, right?
Potentially, if the new superintendent wants to make reductions in the budget, then yes, you could, it could not result in an increase.
Okay, no, that's helpful. I mean, I'm trying to get to this idea that the ideal, sure, is one-time money. We're not determining the future, but if we have a commitment that rises to the level of a priority, it is possible that we could use year-end money to consider recurring funds. And then I also had a question about the stadium money. Is that not supposed to be like CIP money?
I'm going to call a friend.
Yeah, Jeff.
Well, I mean, a couple things. First of all, we have capital funding that is within the CIP that's part of the bond funding program, which is outside. We also do have capital fund transfers. And I'd be remiss if I didn't apologize to Ms. McLaughlin, because I didn't want to in any way, shape, or form dilute the needs that we have that are out there. That's why we have a funding source that comes from the CIP, the bond fund. The voters vote every 2 years has been our pattern. And we have $180 million annual appropriation that has gone up since I've been here from 155 and is going to go up to 225, and then it's going to have another 50 million added over time. We also have a transfer from the general county that goes for capital projects that is not a part of the CIP. It's in what is deemed, and I'll let Ms. Burden talk about this more, Fund 8, which is the construction fund. So there are a couple pathways, if you will, for funding capital projects. Our major maintenance budget, which is in an operating budget for supplies and materials, are for such things, and again, Ms. Riley would be really upset with me over at McLean because they've been having problems with their elevator maintenance and elevator repairs all throughout this year. So there are needs that are out there that are recurring that come in different funding venues. It's the compilation of all of those that we use to address our needs. And I don't know if that answered your question. And in some instances, and we're anticipating, Mr. Smith just mentioned, we're hopeful that there may even be some state funding that's going to be coming out given what the legislature's been doing. But we won't know that for some time.
Right, but we're able to use CIP money for something like a stadium bathroom, right?
Well, we currently are. Wherever we have a renovation at a high school, we go ahead and provide it for that. But as part of the efforts that Ms. McLaughlin's been a part of, just like the Turf Task Force and a lot of the other initiatives, it's not getting the job done quick enough. So we're...
It's not what, sorry?
Getting the job done quick enough.
Okay.
And to address the needs of the communities. And that's why the partnership that was mentioned by Ms. Corbett-Sanders with the Board of Supervisors and the school board are just outstanding opportunities where working together, collaborating, we're finding additional funds to go ahead and address these needs concurrently.
Yeah, okay. So I can appreciate the elevating this and the reasons for it. I think where I'm struggling here is we did not weigh this perhaps in a way that reflects what was discussed at the work session. So this is the last minute addition, right? The stadium bathrooms was not here before. Helpfully, though, elevated. In the work session, we talked about a number of things, all of which I believe are reflected, except for literally my comment when I said, I'm happy to support all of this, I'm excited about this budget, with the exception of the bus driver's piece being added to the follow-on. And I don't see that reflected here. So can somebody help me understand why that wasn't added here, given that we do have the option to include it in recurring money in the future?
Do you want me to answer that? The reason that we worked very closely with staff and with individual board members, the issues associated with the bus driver money, with salaries for bus drivers, is that there's some compression that needs to be addressed, and then there's the recruitment and retention of drivers. They're almost two different things, because the one is with our current drivers, and the other is how do we encourage people to come join our system. Both of those areas have follow-on motions tonight, which will allow for the new superintendent and assistant superintendent of HR to come with their best thinking on this. And part of the challenge with the compression piece is that there are multiple job categories that have compression. And so if you fix it here, then you have to, it's the, one of the better term, the domino effect of you fix it here, then you have to fix it here, and you have to fix it here. So rather than doing a piece part on this, especially since we have invested, and there was a lot of conversation about the level of funding for bus drivers, it's to have a concrete plan brought to this board on recommendations on how to address those two pieces. And there was not, you know, for example, we all got a text message earlier today that suggested, oh, you can fund this by not funding our assistant principals. We can delay paying our assistant principals. And that would have created its own set of issues, obviously, because we need our assistant principals to be on, be hired and put into the schools. So rather than trying to address things on a piece part basis, it was to have the new superintendent provide those recommendations. And because we didn't have operating funds to address this, we would have to look to doing cuts elsewhere.
So my understanding is it could be put for consideration at year end to be folded into a future budget as recurring. And I also, I mean, in terms of the compression piece, I know that we had discussed at the work session the challenge where this has been done in a number of areas. I think we also identified that it's disproportionately impacted bus drivers, so that's something worth noting. But with that aside, that's not they're not mutually exclusive. We can do both. We can continue to look at the compression situation and address this bus driver piece, especially because we've left this now dragging for over a year, right? So it started with, okay, bus drivers, we're gonna take a look at the study. We're gonna do the compensation study. Compensation study comes back. We take a look at that. Okay, we're gonna set up a working group to look at how we're gonna implement these recommendations. Working group is, you know, starts meeting. There's still an issue. We're gonna discuss it at mid-year. We don't. We're gonna discuss it at year end. We don't. Then, you know, the results come back. The working group has recommendations. They're not adopted fully. And now we're here saying, let's wait until not even year end, let's wait until next time when we do compression study. I would like to, is there an objection from any of my colleagues to adding bus drivers here for consideration at year end? And this next superintendent with the team can look at whether it's worth including or not. Is there an objection from any of my colleagues?
Yes.
There's an objection. So, would you like to proceed?
I'll take a go back.
Okay. Okay. Let's go
on. I wanted to ask about the stadium bathrooms. Mr. Plattenberg, I wondered, do we also, if we're including this in year end, and then I see additional maintenance support, I just wondered if you could also speak to, do those stadium bathrooms, is the county also going to help us fund, like, who cleans them and maintains them when they break and all of those fun things with bathrooms?
No, I believe that would be wrapped into our operations and support that we already have. I mean, we've got so many partnerships with the county. For example, we started out maintaining our turf fields, and we found that that was not, it wasn't working out as well because of the demands on the local school. So then the Park Authority came in partnership and expanded their maintenance of our turf fields to fluff up the crumb rubber and so on to make sure that it passed the G-force test for concussion protocol. So we do have partnerships where they do assist us, but no, my understanding of this is that it would be borne by us as part of the partnership.
I guess I wondered too, when I know there's been a conversation that we've had about community use fees and all of that, and so if we're going to have stadium bathrooms, is there a conversation that you all are having with community use of that if, in theory, community use is costing us a bit more in terms of night custodians or extra maintenance or whatever, are we able to absorb that with a higher fee for community use?
If I could, Ms. Cohen, it's been a busy week. I don't know what Mr. Planenberg has seen or not seen. I'm looking through the news clips that we sent today. Just yesterday, I want to say, the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors did approve a board matter that was raised to consider, so it's not a done deal, but to consider funding for new bathrooms at 15 schools in the coming fiscal year, which starts July 1. So again, I've got this here. I think Jeff and I need to work with Brian Hill. I know there was some discussion going on. We need to get those details. But the partnership that we've been doing with the county on so many things in the budget, if there's the opportunity to do it here, and it seems that there is, we'll certainly be working with them, and that's part of what's in here in your follow-on, and what if the county is also looking at it at its year end, I think we can get something done.
Yeah, no misunderstanding. As somebody who's every Friday night in the fall at a school that has no bathroom, outside bathroom, I love this idea. I'm just saying, I just want to make sure that we're also budgeting for the other piece that having something like this costs us, and seeking either like a community use kind of solution, or do we need to pad in additional money in the budget? So I don't mean this as a negative against stadium bathrooms at all. I'd love to be able to go to the bathroom during a football game. So I totally hear it. I just want to make sure we're looking again at like what's the whole package of what, like, this is lovely to get a half buy-in, but what does the maintenance and all of that look like on our end?
And I think we'll need to bring that detail when we get to year end, and I will really work with Jeff. I know we have only limited time with Mr. Planenberg, and we'll try to wrap that up so that, honestly, so that before he takes his new job, that we have a little more detail on that, and that's something I'll have him work on with the county between now and the end of June. Since we have a meeting on June 30th, we can maybe really provide some additional detail by then so this board knows.
And what I could share when we're talking about bringing items forward for year-end review, it's that we do have that year-end review, and so we could be looking at other revenue sources for many of the items on the list, but because they are items that are coming through the budget, the board would have to approve those, even with the new revenue sources. And so year-end review is the process by which we use, but it's not necessarily coming out of those year-end dollars.
Thank you so much.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Great. I'm hoping I can bring some more ease to people's concerns here. First of all, I want to be clear with everybody that 2 days ago in our work session, staff brought us a PowerPoint slide and said, here's our best proposal for consideration of year-end fund. And it was a list. I didn't approve that list. None of us officially approved that list. It was what you collectively heard various board members bring up that we were not going to be including necessarily in FY23 budget, but they were some year-end one-time fund items. And so not only did we talk about that component, that I wasn't going to start picking apart everything on the list and saying, well, can I support this or that? The point of the omnibus follow-on was, are there different items on here that we all have an interest in? At year end, we will take that list and we will look at all of it. So nothing's being green lighted, nothing's being, okay, that's automatically now being funded and it's sacrosanct. And the Board of Supervisors board matter, which to Karen Corbett Sanders and I, who started working on this in January because Chairman McKay brought this item, Dr. Anderson, I really want you to hear this part. Chairman McKay heard so much from the community that he created a working group with Dan Stork and Karen Corbett Sanders. She pulled me in because I had also been working on this issue separately. But this is Chairman McKay taking the reins and saying that he has heard throughout from the Fairfax County Athletic Council, from our own DSAs, from our own athletic boosters across the 15 high schools who don't have them, look, this is a long-going problem, and like the turf fields, we need to come together and collectively do something. It's untenable at this point that you don't have basic bathrooms in one of the wealthiest counties when Arlington, Prince William, and Loudoun already have them. So I realize that this wasn't on the radar of everybody. I want you to know that Karen and I only found out like 2 days prior that Chairman McKay was planning to present the board matter and then said, I hope you can now bring it to your board. So the timing was rushed. I sent you all a detailed email yesterday, less than 24 hours after we discussed it. I realize you probably all didn't see it, but there's no trying to slip anything in. There's no trying to get this on the list and not that on the list. I basically said to Ms. Corbett-Sanders as budget chair, here's your omnibus list. Some of them got talked about at the prior work session, but that doesn't mean that then they get to be on there and nothing else does. It was raised, it was discussed. We didn't take a vote on any of those items. I hope people understand this is just for further discussion, but it has got massive support around this county. This isn't something that a few of us are trying to shove in. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Marin, followed by Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. I understand, well, I hear what Ms. McLaughlin is saying. What this motion is intending to do is to signal to the superintendent what this board's collective priorities are. This Tuesday, we saw that draft motion, and we all know that motions can change, but we try and give each other the courtesy of not posting motions earlier, later than 48 hours before. May 10th, we had a work session on the budget. This list was not there. May 24th, 2 days ago, we had a discussion. This list has since changed. I'm unclear at the process by which this motion has changed between our public meeting Tuesday and our meeting now. Now, I'm really excited to hear about the movement on stadium bathrooms, and I only wish, Ms. McLaughlin, that I had heard of your work that you've been doing since January sooner than yesterday at 11:50 a.m., particularly because I've also been advocating.
I did discuss it at the work session. Don't say you only heard it from an email.
Ms. McLaughlin, I'll give you a go back.
Thank you. Especially since I actually talked with Mr. Bill Curran, our Director of Athletics, and connected the auditor's work on community use fee, gave that to Mr. Curran, who was already in discussion, to talk about community use fee. And I've also talked with the park director. Now, I haven't brought this all to you all because I didn't think that this was up for being funded at this time. I think, I have a follow-on motion happening for security vestibules. Well, that's a one-time fee. We all have ideas about what one-time fees are. I am thinking, and maybe I can, when I'm done talking, figure out, can we craft this motion in a different way that says to us, how we will do the process of creating the year-end use of funds. Or perhaps the vote goes that we don't take this motion right now. We vote this motion down. Because there's things on here that I've heard one or two people talk about that are passionate about, and there's other things on here that I've talked about that aren't here. So, I would like to know from the chair of the Budget Committee, please share how this list was compiled and how it changed from Tuesday to today.
So, the list was compiled as a result, and we have never done a follow-on motion for year-end to give priorities for it, just so you know. The reason that this was brought the way it was brought, the initial thinking was that there were a number of items that had moved from the May 10th work session off of the budget recommendation, including the $1 million for electric buses, to move them into a follow-on to the year end because of the one-time nature of the grant funding. And instead, that $1 million, a big portion of it went to translators, which were 10 translators to address. So what happened?
Can I just have a point of order, please?
You just asked me the question.
Yeah.
I just want to know what happened between Tuesday and tonight. How the list is different. I understand how the list came to be for Tuesday, Chair. What I don't understand is how the list for tonight came to be since Tuesday. That's the part I'm interested in knowing.
I welcome Ms. Corbett-Sanders if you'd like to answer that.
Yes, I would like to finish my answer. Thank you. So we developed the follow-on motion to include everything that moved from the operating budget into year-end funds. And on Tuesday, there was a conversation at the board table, which, by the way, was a continuation of an earlier conversation at this board table regarding the stadium bathrooms, because I briefed this board when we had the first meeting with the Board of Supervisors. And then, because there was the monies coming from the Board of Supervisors, the potential monies, so that's why this was added to the follow-on motion, because the Board of Supervisors had passed their motion. And it is also why Ms. McLaughlin raised it at the table on Tuesday, because we were informed late over the weekend that that was coming forward. And so the idea was to, because there was the complement to what was happening at the Board of Supervisors.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized to finish my statement? It's my turn.
You still have time, Ms.
So
Marin.
the answer is there was a board matter by the Board of Supervisors on May 24th, and the chair's prerogative was to change the motion. Is that right?
Well, there was no draft motion put on the table. There was a list, and on Tuesday there was Ms. McLaughlin raised it as this could come to it, and so that's where it came from.
I'd like to point out that there's several things that the Board of Supervisors empowers itself and us to do that we are on different timeline on. Collective bargaining. We are on different timelines on, what's the other thing? Jet goals. We are on different timelines for gun-free buildings. We're scheduled to pass a policy on that next month. The county already has gun-free facilities. So I understand, and I'm excited and really thrilled that the Board of Supervisors wants to provide this funding. But I also know that there are policy issues from the conversations I've had in high schools that there are already accessible bathrooms, but an issue is staffing them during games. And so what I don't understand is the staffing. This is a conversation that is meant for a work session. And the problem here is that things have been added and not discussed in a fulsome way the way the other items were. So I would like to entertain some kind of an amendment or alternative motion.
With all due respect, Ms. Marin, I need to...
Ms.
Can I be recognized?
Go ahead.
So with all due respect, each one of these items was not discussed in great detail. They had as much discussion as what Ms. McLaughlin raised. So if what you would like to do is have a separate, if you like, we can pull the stadium bathrooms out and make it a separate follow-on motion for consideration and prioritization in the same way that some of the others are. If there is a... If that's what you want to do, then I would hope that my colleagues at this table would still support having this done in the same way as other priorities, which is that there is funding coming.
Ms. Marin's time has expired, so we are going to go on to Dr. Anderson, and I'll give her a go back if she needs one.
Thank you.
Down in there too.
As some of you are aware, I had a serious situation that caused me to miss the May 10th work session, so I feel like I'm catching up a little bit in some instances, as you can hear from some of my questions tonight, between that and this past Tuesday. But I was very glad to hear what was shared by Ms. Burden to Ms. Omesh's questions. I was also very glad to hear the clarification that Ms. McLaughlin provided, which is this is just a list for consideration. This is not hard decision making. This is just for further conversation between now and year end. So to that end, I would like to pick up where Ms. Omesh was for us to consider, well, for us to add to the list the bus driver proposal for further conversation. I realize it's not year end, and that could be the conversation that we have at that point, whether it's year end, whether it's picked up based on superintendent priorities, et cetera. It makes sense given the parameters that are around generating this list. I don't see an issue in terms of adding it for more discussion. So that's what I would like for consideration. If you would like to share with me
how that needed to
Yes.
happen.
I think, Dr. Anderson, it would be appropriate if you want to make an amendment to the follow-on to add what you voiced. I think that would be appropriate. So is that-
Certainly. I would like to make that amendment to the follow-on. I don't want to go into all these details again,
Okay.
but it's on the table.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. The amendment has been made. It's been seconded. If we can get it on the screen to add that language to the main follow-on motion. And then I will call on Dr. Anderson to speak specifically to just that piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Just adding it, again, what I heard around this table in this conversation is that we have opportunity to add things for discussion. These are not hard decisions. These have been extrapolated from previous conversations. As Ms. O'May shared, we had conversations about the bus driver proposal. We know we have something in the making, but we could have more discussions. As I think Ms. Cohen just shared earlier, we still have more work to do in this area. So for me, it just seems to be in keeping with the spirit of this motion that be included as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Omesh?
She covered it. The only thing I will add is this is actually what we did with the sub-pay as well. When last time around, we decided to use year-end and then folded it into recurring funds because we believed it was that important. So this would be no different.
Thank you. Did we get that up on the screen, please? I'm going to pause so we can put that up there before we proceed with conversation. And then there are a lot of lights that have just turned on, so.
I believe it would
Yeah.
have to say, I move to amend the
Yeah.
follow-on motion.
I move to amend the following motion to include bus driver the committee's proposal. Did that have a specific title, Mr. Smith? The committee's proposal regarding bus driver pay, or is this sufficient? I'm so sorry.
So there was the superintendent's recommendation, and then there was the recommendation from the work group.
No, I'm trying to get the language. Is this sufficient, or should I refer that proposal for the purposes of this motion? Okay.
We'll understand the bus driver pay piece.
So I move to add bus driver pay. Thank you.
Ms. Omesh?
I already spoke to it.
Okay. I had the original list of people who wanted to speak, so if you needed to turn off your light, that's fine. We'll start with Ms. Corbett Sanders, followed by Mr. Frisch.
Thank you very much I appreciate the spirit of this follow-on, for this amendment. However, I continue to have major concerns about it. My concerns are twofold. One is that we have heard repeatedly that this is not a recommended approach, that the second part of it is that we have two additional follow-on motions tonight for consideration that address the concerns of the bus driver pay, but it also addresses the concerns of other groups that are also have compressed scales or have concerns about pay. And what we should not be doing is tonight making a decision on compensation without a fuller understanding of how the impact of changes in one compensation area impact other areas. I also think that it needs to be very clear that we don't want a communication in the community that the bus drivers have not received increases in their compensation this year. And so I would suggest that this is better suited for the two follow-on motions that you've already got on the table tonight, as well as continued conversations with the new Assistant Superintendent of HR. And I also think that we need to be aware that this body is expected to make a decision on following up on a change to our legislative package that supported collective bargaining, that this body will consider a resolution on collective bargaining, which will allow for further discussion on compensation for our bus drivers and other groups. So there are multiple areas, and that this is a much more complex issue than the one-time issues that are here on the list.
Mr. Frisch?
The sausage is delicious this evening. Look, I'm uncomfortable spending year-end funds on a recurring budget item, but we don't have to continue making sausage at the table. If this motion is about furthering the conversation, add this, keep the stadium bathrooms, and let's have those conversations over the next month and a half. And let's move on to these other motions so that we're not here until 1 o'clock in the morning. You are not committing yourself to supporting anything on that list right now. Anything. That's it. In fact, if between now and year end, something, oh my gosh, why didn't we think of this? We can do that too. So let's take the temperature down a little bit and move on.
Ms. Cohen?
I guess my confusion is that this has been characterized as these things are being presented as just a conversation that's coming, but the wording of the motion says, direct the superintendent to prioritize funding to address. So, you know, I am living in a place of great discomfort, which you can probably tell from the fact that I've rubbed my eyes raw, but I mean, obviously, I feel like there's many of us on this board who've been talking about bus driver pay until we're blue in the face. But my confusion is that we have our budget person who we all just lauded and everybody sang praises for all the work that's been done, who's saying that year-end money cannot be used in this way as a reoccurring cost. So I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place because I 100% support us working to increase and better support our bus drivers and, by the way, a lot of different classes of employees. But if Lee is saying this year-end money cannot be used this way, I don't understand how we can put it in here, even though I have 2 follow-on motions to talk about doing this. So I'm sorry, I totally hear you, Carl, and I would like very much for this conversation to end so we can move on to the other stuff that I feel pretty passionately about. So I totally hear you. I'm just struggling. I'm struggling. Ms. Burton, can you explain one more time why you feel like this is not appropriate for this to be the superintendent prioritizing funding to address this?
Because year-end funds are one-time funds that should not be used for recurring costs, because that puts an additional burden, no pun intended, on your future year budget. Some of you may have been on the board a number of years ago when the beginning balance was somewhere between 50 and 60 million every year, and then there's pressure then to continue to have 50 and 60 million as your beginning balance in future years. And there was a decision that was too much of a reliance on one-time funds for recurring funds, and that's now been reduced to about 20 million. It is never a good idea to use one-time funds for recurring costs.
So my fear is that we live in a place where we get here and we do approve this because all of our hearts are in the right place about what we want to do to fix this critical need that we have. And then we wind up not getting the funding from the state that we think we're going to get next year when we're going to fix this. And so this does become a one-time pay increase, which winds up further screwing our bus drivers. So I feel like I hate this. I don't know what to say, because I 100% believe that Ms. Omesh and Dr. Riccardi, I know why you want to do this. I absolutely hear you, but I don't understand how we can use year-end money to do something recurring. So I'm sorry, Carl. I know you. I hear what you're saying, but I feel like there's a way that we can deal with it. This does not help anyone if it's just put on here to make us feel better, and then we kill it later because we're saying year end is not appropriate. Then we haven't done the bus drivers any favors at all.
Ms. McLaughlin, followed by Ms. Tolan.
So it's interesting, I'm sort of in between Ms. Cohen and Mr. Frisch, because, you know, on the one hand, I want to, again, set the record straight. This board did not create this draft list. We did not create this omnibus list of items for prioritization. It got presented to us 48 hours ago, and honestly, in collegiality, my attitude was, I don't need to go pick this apart. It's going to be, as Mr. Frisch said, for future conversation. We have done year end every year. It's either now that we start to signal to the superintendent some things that many of us, not 7+, but many of us are saying, hey, you know what? We want this to be something to grab your attention, start doing work now, because there's nothing worse than getting to year end and then we're like this, scrambling around, coming up with ideas. So I wasn't going to spend time picking apart all the items on there that staff created for us. We didn't create it. We didn't vote on it. Nobody agreed those items. So where we are with this one, I can see it both ways. I mean, there is nothing sacrosanct in a $3.3 billion budget. We can fund it, as Ms. Omesh said, at year end, and then guess what? With $3.3 billion, we can reprioritize anything we want. To Mr. Frisch's point, we do not need to be here all night. A prioritization is not a commitment. And you know, I'm frankly disappointed in one of our colleagues where I have text messages and I have emails where I suggested stadium and bathrooms and the security vestibules, which came up in our work session 48 hours ago, were just as important for consideration. And I suggested both of them in equity and fairness be there too, rather than just which one staff created and put in front of us not even 24 hours before. One of our colleagues wanted to do it differently, had my blessings too. But I really struggle, you guys, that nothing underhanded was happening here, and I feel like there's been an implication on stadium bathrooms that it was. That's disappointing. So at this point, if the majority wants to go ahead and just add it to the list, let's do it and move on. And trust me, we will have plenty of conversation with each other, with the superintendent, and we will be able to sort this out.
Thank you. I would just like to remind all of us, we are going to be here all night. Please direct your comments specifically to the addition of bus driver pay to this motion, please. And then we've got to go back and discuss the whole thing. Who was next? Ms. Tolan.
All right, but I might break your rule. This list came out of the May 10th work session. All of these items on the list, except the last two items, okay, were things that we had put into the budget from our discussions. I take copious notes at all those meetings. You are more than welcome to look at them to see how many people talked about what. That's where that list came from for Tuesday, for the work session. I may go along the lines of Mr. Frisch, but in the total opposite direction. Perhaps we need to just pull this motion or vote it down in whole, because this is not about the FY23 budget. This is about year end. A number of these items are related to the FY23 budget items, which is staff did an incredible job, and maybe they did too much of a nice job of trying to incorporate everything that we talked about. So these items that they pulled out as potential for year end were things we had talked about. It was in the FY23 budget as of May 10th, but then it got moved to this list in order to accommodate other things to move into that budget. So maybe, I think we all understand what's on the list after our discussion here tonight and what the priorities are. We have several other additional follow-on motions that relate to the budget. Maybe we just it's a possibility. So, but I know it's. So I know I didn't do it. Shove it in there.
I hear you. We still have a few speakers to specifically whether or not we should add bus driver pay to this. So please, let's specifically address that. Ms. Marin.
I'd like to make a motion to call the question on this amendment or this adjustment to this amendment about adding bus driver pay.
To call the question, you said, Ms. Marin?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of calling the question? Yeah, he seconded, Mr. Frisch. All those in favor, raise your hands up high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. Okay. So we will continue discussion specifically on the addition of bus driver pay to this. Ms. Sternak-Koufax.
Specifically on adding bus drivers to this one, I think it is better directed by the amendment, the follow-on motion number 4. And so I would not like the additions of that one. Ms. Burden talked about, these follow-on motions indicate priorities. And all of them are priorities that can be addressed either with year end or, just making a plan, which will cost monies. And that's how most of these are written right now. So if we pull one, we have to pull most of these, because right now they are just priorities for us to look at that require a significant amounts of funding in some. So because the salaried position, compression skills, all the things that we're talking about that affect our bus drivers and that we want to treat fairly, but they also include other groups that are outlined in 4. I will not be supporting adding that, but I will be supporting the pay scales and looking at it when we do follow-on motion number 4.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
I'm really glad to follow that, and I'll direct my comments just to the bus driver pay. Some of these follow-on motions are specific to year-end funds, and some of the follow-on motions are just specific to more information or directing the superintendent to bring back plans, and not necessarily tied to year-end funds. So, for example, Ms. Cohen and I have a follow-on motion to look at, dance party. So, to look at the pay scale compressions for many of our groups, which I think makes a little more sense than just specifically look at bus driver pay for year-end funds, because again, that is one-time funds. And the issue isn't just pay. What we did for substitutes was a pay increase. What we're doing for bus drivers is looking at pay scale compression. It's not quite the same thing. And we're also looking at pay scale compression for other groups, which is the follow-on motion that Ms. Cohen and I have, and it's not tied to year-end funds. So this isn't quite the same, and I think tying it to year-end funds is just not fiscally prudent when we aren't sure what's going to happen with the state budget. We don't know what's going to happen with the economy. We don't know. We have a great partnership in the Board of Supervisors, but we don't know what's going to happen year after year. So I think it's better off addressed in the follow-on motion, where we can look at pay scales holistically and take the action we need to take. Passing that follow-on motion also sends a message about what our priorities are. So I do not support this for that reason.
All right, I think I'm the last speaker on this. For the similar reasons that you just said, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, I support discussion of this, but look, there's a lot of things that we could do that we want, that we think are important, that would make people, happy and feel good, but we've got budget professionals telling us this is not the way you do sound budgeting. We've got a budget that we don't know where it's going to be next year, and to do this just on principle makes zero sense for me. It doesn't mean that we're not going to have discussions on this matter. We've got the other follow-ons that will help address this, but this is on principle, so I will be voting against this. And with that, I'd like to take the vote on the amendment of adding bus driver pay to this follow-on. All those in favor?
My light is on, Ms. Pekarsky.
What was that, Ms. Omesh? I'll go back? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address some of the concerns of my colleagues. I think outside of context, this is not, we can't really have this conversation, you know, first and foremost being that this was brought up at the first budget work session and then at every work session since that we've had. I fully respect and actually totally believe Ms. Tolan in having taken diligent notes, and perhaps it wasn't reflected. But then that was actually the starting point of the problem. The reason we spent half of the work session, or whatever amount of that work session budget portion, talking about bus drivers and the pay and answering all these questions is because it was brought up in that first work session. And there wasn't a solution proposed. It was just a justification for the original position. So that, and the solution we came to with the work session was a compromise of the 2 mil rather than the 5 point something that it was, to say, hey, let's compromise and find a way to make this work. And that's what's being potentially added to this year end. So I just want to remind people of that. And then again, with the follow-on pieces of saying, okay, let's look at this in the future, let's study this in the future, let's spend months more looking at compression and this and that. Number one, the bus driver issue is broader than just the compression piece, and we've understood why that is last work session. Number two, folks, remember, we've already postponed this repeatedly for over a year for the bus driver piece specifically. So I just want us to be mindful of that when we say this, because this is us saying, okay, we're going to hold off again for over a year to our bus drivers, which is a specific issue within its own context as opposed to broadly having a compression issue in our division. So I just don't want us to be kind of confusing that, and that's very different than the stadium issue, which we can bring the whole kitchen sink. I agree. There's a priority for everything. This is very different for some of the reasons I outlined, not to mention, again, how we've done this before and folding things in from year-end to recurring. But I know folks seem to be set in stone at this point, but I really do ask us to consider how this has been a different issue that we've been trailing for a while now.
Thank you. And I think all the lights are, again, Dr. Anderson.
I just want to make sure that I reiterated the spirit of how and why I added this here. This was to have a conversation, not a vetting here. It was just to signal for an additional conversation. That was the intent behind adding this here. And again, given what the discussion was had, whether it's stadium bathrooms or other things, staff gave this to us, we added to it. This is just to signal a discussion. And I think I'm surprised that we're here evaluating each measure when that was not supposed to be the plan. It was to have a conversation in the next month or so. So I just wanted to be sure that that was articulated.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on this, please. All those in favor of the amendment to this motion to add bus driver pay, raise your hands. All those in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? Okay, that motion fails. And I did make a procedural mistake earlier, and I forgot to call for a no vote on that motion to call the question. So without objection, I will be allowed to assume that in this motion, which is in order now because the debate has passed. And yes, somebody interrupt. Mr. Morgan, go ahead.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. That motion would be moot at this point. So you would just need to move on to discussion.
Okay. I misunderstand your direction. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. You confused me. All right.
I apologize.
No worries. We're going back to this main follow-on motion. Please turn on your lights again if you need to discuss the main motion. Or don't. Okay, we will go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of this motion before us on the screen, raise your hands. All those opposed? Okay, that motion passes. I'll call on Mr. Frisch for the next follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the school board approve the reconfiguration and modernization of its offices at Gatehouse Administration Center at a total cost of no more than $400,000 to be funded from the School Board Flexibility Reserve. The one-time cost for this project will maintain and refresh conference rooms and other common areas while fostering productivity and collaboration by expanding the number of workspaces from 3 to 12 to accommodate all 12 school board members, expanding the number of available workspaces from 6 to 12 to accommodate all 12 staff aides / executive assistants, and providing enough workspaces for all school board clerks and other staff.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Corbett Sanders. Mr. Frisch?
Yes. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Derenak Koufax and Ms. Corbett Sanders. Their work on this issue with the previous board made it much easier to pull all of this together tonight. I was talking about blueprints with Ms. Derenak Koufax, and obviously those will be shared and updated based on the motion here. The school board office at Gatehouse makes inadequate use of space for the work of our current board and staff. Beyond the significant space used for filing and other extraneous storage, it currently houses 1 desk for the chair, 1 desk for the vice chair, and 1 desk for the remaining 10 of us. It also has 6 desks for 12 staff aides and 8 desks for 9 other staff, including our clerks, administrative assistant, and IT support. We have room up there for all of us, but we do not have workspaces up there for all of us. This motion will reconfigure the space to fix that deficiency. In addition to having social and emotional benefits, providing adequate workspaces will enhance productivity and teamwork. This enhanced capacity can be used for day-to-day work, holding meetings with constituents, staff, and stakeholders, preparing for board meetings, collaborating with each other, and more. Some of us will use our space more than others. That is no different than any of the other tools we have at our disposal as school board members. But we are temporary custodians of the offices we hold. This is about setting up our current and future colleagues for success. Finally, Mr. Plattenberg and the facilities team have studied this issue and indicate they can begin planning to get started this fall with a projected timeline of 3 to 4 months. Thank you.
Ms. Corbett Sanders?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Frisch, for bringing this to the board. It is something that is a continuation of a discussion that we started at the very beginning of our tenure together, and it really is in an effort to bring this board, to normalize the offices of this board, because each and every one of us are now in a situation where we will be meeting in coffee shops, in in our homes. We have people who knock on our doors because we don't have offices, and that's all great, except for it's much more appropriate for people to come to an office and be able to meet with us. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Cohen?
Yeah, I will tell you, my first reaction to this was I don't like to spend money on things like this. So I grumpily did a little bit of research and tried to talk to other colleagues about how they utilize the office, and actually speak to some of my constituents, because as Ms. Corbett Sanders said, before the pandemic, we're meeting people at Panera, and people want to have conversations with us about their students by name, about teachers and principals by name, and it is not appropriate for us to be doing that at Starbucks. And so the more I begrudgingly thought about this, the more important it is for us to have a space where we can meet with constituents that is private, where they feel like they can come to us with some of the concerns and all the things that they should be doing. So and also the idea that our staff is everybody's sitting on top of one another and trying to share workspaces. And so I get it. I would say my curmudgeon self, I don't love spending money on this, but I absolutely understand the need for it after speaking to so many of you. So I appreciate the feedback and the input.
Ms. Derenak Koufax?
Yes, Mr. Frisch and I were talking blueprints, and I was like, is it AA-2 for you? And he's like, I don't know, I don't have it. But yes, this is a project we started before, and it is something when Ms. Corbett-Sanders and I were working together as chair and vice chair, and this was something, Ms. Cohen, I think a lot of people felt that way. This is difficult to spend money on, but we haven't for year after year after year. And so it forced me the other day to sit in my car while there was roof maintenance being done because I needed to talk to constituents and I didn't have time on my schedule to go back and forth to Gatehouse in order to get to one of the offices, which may have been occupied anyway. So that is what happened to me on Tuesday or Monday. And so I say that as, you know, we are elected and we deserve space for our constituents to come and speak to us, and we deserve space to be able to work in a manner that is befitting of our office. And so I appreciate you, Mr. Frisch, for bringing this forward, for dusting off the blueprints and working and pulling this out. And I think it's most appropriate, again, when you talk about the monies, one-time use, one-time thing. And Mr. Plattenberg, you and your team, you won't be here, but you'll be here in spirit as we finally get this done, because we've been talking about it for quite a long time. So thank you, and I support this.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you. I want to tag in behind Ms. Darnat Koufax. It's at times really painful to think about the history of this elected school board and how it has always put itself way last in comparison to how our Board of Supervisors have their constituent services and space to do that. So for anyone who's not aware, our Board of Supervisors have not one, but 2 official offices. They have them in their districts, and they have them over at the Government Center. They have technically at least 4 or 5 full-time staff members, and they get paid 3 times what we get paid. And I'm not asking for us to be paid the same as them. I'm not asking for us to be staffed the same as them. But I think the public would be really surprised that it took 10 years until Ms. Darnat Koufax and I, the longest, but for Ms. Corbett-Sanders for 5, that we had half of an assistant. And when we joined 11 years ago, we had a third of an assistant. So the office itself, to Mr. Frisch's motion, that office hasn't changed since there was 4 aides to serve 12 school board members. So it has been a long time coming. I am proud to be part of a board that is not thinking about themselves. We are thinking about the 1 million people that the 12 of us collectively serve, the fact that we have got to have space to meet with them, to do the work that our staff aides who are doing their work. It's a long time coming. And Dr. Brabrand, I want to give a shout out to you and also to Mr. Plattenberg. You two have always been very supportive of knowing that this board absolutely deserves to have a professional office. You've never ever stood in the way of that. You've been supportive of it. I thank you for that. And this is just one step in the making, and I hope to be part of this collective effort that long past when any of us are serving here, that this school board can do its job much better when we have the facilities and frankly the staffing supports that are required to do this well. Thank you, Mr. Frisch, for doing this.
Ms. Marin.
Yeah, I'm thrilled that this is being proposed. This is just part of the work to further professionalize our office that has often been seen as something that people do in their spare time. Well, not in Fairfax, where this board is responsible for a $3 billion enterprise. You don't do that from your car while you're waiting for your contractor at your home to do their stuff or at your kid's soccer game. I want to say, without this, the public is expecting us to continue to pay to do this work. Not only not get paid, but pay. So if I need to meet a constituent at coffee, that means that I'm asking them to pay to meet me, or I have to pay, or I'm covering the expenses in my home to do my work in my home, whether it's, the internet fees, the desk fee, all that stuff. I think also, our school board office, there's issues of security. We have sensitive materials and filing and information that doesn't have the adequate space set up right now. I also think that it should be an inspiring space that reflects the amazing successes and people of our school division. And right now, I really cringe when I have to sit in that library with really dated, there are cassette tapes in there. It's got to be re-upped, and part of that is the work to create good storage, get rid of sensitive information in a responsible way. Finally, we're talking about 30 people trying to fit in this space now. 30 people. So, and I actually make a habit of going in at least once a week because I don't have the setup at home that I need. And just today, I actually brought back my school board printer because it stopped working and I don't have tech support at home. Mr. Jansen Ho met me in the parking lot and I gave him the printer to say, can you please help me? That's what I'm doing to try and do this job. So I think that if we want to do this well and really use our taxpayer dollars well, spending $400,000 to help the 12 board members and a total of 30 staff on the school board have a comfortable place to do work to meet constituents is completely appropriate.
Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. It's very nice to hear all your comments. I'm sorry, I'm going to put a little bit of stop to the train of support here. I am not going to be able to support this motion, not because I don't believe in it. I just have an issue with the timing. And I talked to Mr. Frisch about it, and also, I believe I talked to Ms. Corbett-Sanders about it this morning. I have two reasons, and I'm not going to belabor the point too much. But one, I definitely agree that this needs to be a professionalized position because we spend a lot of work. But I don't think that necessarily is in the office space. I think it's making this position, the full-time position that we all spend the time doing. I think that comes first. So for me, that timing is off. Secondarily, sometimes it's hard to put yourself first. I get that. But I'm there now where I feel that there are some other priorities that I would like to handle first before doing this. So as we're talking about, bus drivers, we've got a whole list of things that were just up there. And I see some space for that to be prioritized for me. So unfortunately, I can't join in that party. Thank you, folks.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
I'll just be brief. I will be supporting this motion. And I just wanted to share for our public out there a story of what happened to me in my first month on the school board, where I had to go, because I'm at large, I have to go across the county to meet people because I don't have an office space for them to come to. And so I have to carry my electronics in my car. And a briefcase with my personal laptop, my brand new school board laptop, meeting someone for coffee at a coffee shop, my car was broken into and all of that was stolen because I didn't have an office to meet somebody in. And my purse was stolen. So it is like Ms. Cohen said, it is difficult for constituents, and I often have held office hours at a coffee shop for constituents to come in and share private information about their students so I can help them, which is my job, in a coffee shop where they can be overheard. In addition, having us work in coffee shops, having to use our cars as our offices for electronic equipment is not safe or a good way to do business. And so having an office where we can hold office hours, where constituents can come and talk to us freely and not worry about their child's privacy is, I think, a vital component to this job. And right now there are 12 of us and we have 3 offices. And also we're not allowed to be more than 3 people in a room together, more than 2 people in a room together. So it makes it really difficult for 12 of us to have 3 offices. So for all those reasons, I think this is really important. I thank Mr. Frisch for bringing it, and I will be supporting this.
Okay, great. And just quickly, I will just also say this was one of those things too where I was like, money for this, really? There are so many other things I want to do, but it really is not so much about me. It's the people that come next, and ultimately it's about our constituents. They need to be able to come, to meet, their representatives and talk to them in a private space, see the space in which we work and what we do on a daily basis. It's how you provide constituent services, and it's long overdue. So with that, I will go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of this follow-on? All those opposed? That motion passes. I'll call on Ms. Cohen for a follow-on motion. Yes, Ms. Marin, I apologize.
They all sound the same. Cohen, Tolan, Marin. It's very confusing. Thank you, Chair. I move that the school board directs the superintendent to prioritize the completion of the security vestibule program utilizing multiple funding sources to include local, state, and federal funding, and other revenue sources to include grant funding, and to provide the school board with a plan and proposed schedule to complete the initiative as soon as possible.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Marin?
You know, I've been sort of working on this nonstop for 48 hours. I actually don't have remarks prepared because I've just been living it. Look, what a tragic week it's been. And when the tragedy happened in Texas, I just wanted to do what we could on the school side. Gun violence is a public health crisis, just like COVID was, and in some ways it's certainly a public health issue. But you know, our mission is to educate children, but we can't educate kids if they're not safe, and our staff. So while this is a portion of it, I just want to be clear, this in no way lessens any more of the advocacy that I know this board wants to do to have effective gun violence protection laws. But it is what at this day and age we need to do. And I just remembered I did write remarks, see, and I have them. So, and I had a number of questions. I just want to share some of the things that constituents in the last 48 hours have reached out to me about. Can there be a security audit, which I know some colleagues are already on top of for later? Door handles and locks. What kind of security expertise, is on our staff? What are their credentials? What about playgrounds? People walking on playgrounds. People making playgrounds secure so a gunman couldn't come and shoot kids at playgrounds. I can't believe I just said that sentence. Modulars and access to the modular facilities. Thinking about school resource officers. Up until now, the most I've heard is resistance to school resource officers because of the fear of the propensity of disciplinary actions against our students of color. Now I'm hearing, please put school resource officers in. We want armed police in our schools. And certainly the governor's message today reinforces that. I'm not saying where I am on that, but this has just been a marked shift in these last 48 hours. One constituent said we should close schools until legislation is passed, just like we did in COVID. So that's the range of public input I've heard. But what I know is that I had already done the research, and Mr. Plattenberg had helped me way back to cost out what it would take to put these security vestibules in place. And I would like, perhaps after the motion, the second motion maker speaks, to ask Mr. Plattenberg just to explain further what exactly the security vestibule is, what it does, and how it's staffed or managed, because those are some of the questions I had. So this is one aspect we can use a variety of funding, whether it is year-end funds for this one-time, cost, other state, local, federal funds. So that's all to be determined, but we must make this commitment to have this security portion of our buildings upgraded. So I'll leave it at that, and then I would like to ask Mr. Plattenberg that question in a little bit. Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Thank you. I am so pleased to second the motion. This is something that after the Parkland shooting, the prior board absolutely went to Superintendent and his team and said, what can we do? And I've already mentioned earlier tonight that facilities is so stretched thin. And so Tuesday was horrifying for all of us, that as we sat there in the board meeting and found out yet another massacre happens, nothing is more devastating than to feel like, why can't we stop this in our nation? Why do we have this gun violence that's taking so many innocent lives? And the sad reality is we can't change what's happening on Capitol Hill at this time. We cannot change these ridiculous gun laws that allow an 18-year-old child to go in and buy assault rifles. Never mind that we have laws in this nation that you can't go buy a beer, you can't go buy an alcoholic drink when you're 18, but by God, you go ahead and buy assault rifles, no questions asked. That's just my little side note. The bottom line is that this board, the prior board, we recognize that the thing that is within our control, that as Ms. Marin has said, and what she put a lot of time and energy over the last 48 hours to do, was in our control is to do layered mitigation. Just like COVID, we did layered mitigation. We can't prevent the virus. We do our best to mitigate it. And you can mitigate the loss of human life and innocent life by having that layered prevention of security. And so I appreciate Ms. Marin teeing this up for Mr. Plattenberg to help explain, not simply to the board, because I think there's a lot of understanding, but for the public to understand why this motion matters, why this commitment to funds matters. And I do think that, Ms. Marin, the way you've worded this motion really allows us to draw upon as many funding sources as possible, because this is such an urgent matter. And so I yield it now over for Mr. Plattenberg to enlighten us further.
Well, thank you both, and in fact the entire school board, for their commitment and all the conversations we've been having with the superintendent, Mr. Smith, regarding this really grave and serious matter. We have been focused a great deal on the attention of emergency procedures. We're extremely vigilant about protecting the safety of our students and our employees. The school division has spent considerable time and a whole lot of effort in planning and practicing our day-to-day safety and security measures, as well as addressing the response to major critical incidents. And among these measures we talk about our physical security, our locked doors, intrusion alarms, our electronic door access, CCTV, our visitor management system and procedures that are deployed system-wide, our emergency planning and coordination with Fairfax County Police Department, Fairfax County Fire Department, the emergency management offices, both at the state, the federal, and the local level. We have an incredible collaboration. We have an incredible amount of staff, mostly retired federal, local, and state law enforcement and Department of Defense employees that work on behalf of making sure our students are safe. We utilize comprehensive division-wide crisis management plans. We do have individual school crisis plans that are updated annually. We do our lockdown, fire, and tornado drills because what we say is we practice how we perform in the case of a situation. We do our safety training, our tabletop exercises at each school every year that does an assessment of what the safety capacity is at each individual school and go through individual scenarios. Our critical incident teams and awareness and training are locked down and secure the building, shelter in place, stay put, stay tuned. The articulation of that's also on our website with the assistance of the Office of Communications. Our threat assessment processes, our confidential tip and text and email, our uniform security patrol that's 24/7, 7x7, our security console, our employee training and crisis management and communication, not only the employees lockdown, evacuation, and run, hide, fight, having SROs at each middle and high school, at all of our secondary schools, and the extensive training that we've collaborated on with many of our community groups to ensure that they have the appropriate sensitivity training to match the needs of our students. Those partnerships with the Fairfax County security personnel at each of the middle schools and each of the high schools, our mandatory annual safety training for all students and staff, and our system-wide emergency alert systems are just some of the implemented elements that we have in our robust safety and security program. But as you've stated, they are not enough. What this board is recommending in taking a look at this and looking at it, both the comments about either system-wide and also locally, and looking at our secure presence, providing vestibules that provide a barrier to come into our facility where we have not only the communication and the CCTV where people buzz in, but what it does is it provides a barrier for people that cannot enter into the school, that have to enter into and then be allowed entrance into the office first. as another barrier, as another level of prevention. Now, when I say we perform how we practice, it doesn't withstand the need to reiterate, and we've done that through the superintendent, through the communication. Unfortunately, because of this horrific incident that's occurred, yet again, one way too many of our children and our communities lost. We have to be diligent and vigilant in an environment that is open, welcome, and supportive and nurturing. It's one of the most challenging things that I've been asked time and time and time again, both locally and internationally, for the consultant work we do with the Office for Overseas Schools for the United States Department of State. These challenges are going nowhere but becoming more and more and more of an issue and a concern that we have to address. So I want to commend this board for talking about the plan would be over 5 years maximum, but I know the board's pushing for 3 years and better. But with the focus, we can go ahead and take a look on improving a schedule to ensure that we have these perimeters, these things in place to help round out our already effective and really critically collaborative security presence that we have for the safety of our students and our staff and our community as a whole. I can't say enough about the partnership that the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors and the Police Department have done, and the things that we've collaborated and worked on together. And I do want to commend this board again for bringing this item forward and pressing this issue. So I'm sorry it went a little bit longer, but like everybody else, I'm scarred yet again.
Thank you, Mr. Plattenberg. We've got a few more people. Ms. Dernack-Kofax.
Yes. So I am in favor of this, but I do have a question. And because on December 19th of 2019, a previous board made the same motion. And it was to provide vestibules for enhanced security at all remaining FCPS schools, that Dr. Brabrand and his designee identify a plan to accomplish this initiative over the 3 years, and that vote was 11-0. So I do have a question, and I'm not sure who to ask. Why did this not get done? It would have been done by now. Why was there no funding allocated?
We had the pandemic, and to be honest, our facilities focus came to efforts around mitigating the pandemic and all of the associated issues with that. And, you know, as we're coming out of this pandemic, we've got to return to some of the priorities that we had before that. We've actually talked about some of that in the budget today, things that were in a sense frozen in time. And we're going to get back to it and try to get as much of it done. But the pandemic is the shortest answer.
Okay. I just, you know, it's just disappointing. And look, we all know how impactful the pandemic was. But I hoping that this time around this will get done. And I support the initiative. So I'm glad, again, there's like a pattern here, you guys. I think it's good. Like there's work that was initiated and kind of fell off. It happened with Mr. Frischmost, and now it's happening with yours. I think there was work that was started by previous boards that we unfortunately weren't able to accomplish for various reasons, and now we're again bringing these forward with we're in a better place monetarily with our budget, and that has a big difference to do about it. So, and you know, but also I will have to say, and I'll speak to that, Mr. Plattenberg, thank you for your words, and I talked to you about my follow-on, which I will speak to later, but this is just one thing we need to do, and I like I said, I will speak to that later, but this is important, and I hope we can get it done this time. Thank you.
Mr. Frisch, followed by Ms. Corbett Sanders.
Thank you. Yesterday, I attended a candlelight vigil in front of the National Rifle Association, and a parent handed me a sign that read, "Graduations, not funerals." In my 2 years on the school board, there have been 70 shootings in the United States at schools. That's a lot of missed graduations and spelling bees and homecomings and field trips and proms and science fairs and team victories and theater, choir, band, and orchestra performances and so many other defining memories, say nothing for the joy they would have brought into the world as young adults. How each of us chooses to respond to gun violence and this loss of life will determine if these children and educators died in vain. Every level of government has a role to play. This year alone, our school board has directed the superintendent to conduct a review of all curriculum, professional development, and safety protocols related to gun violence and suicide prevention to make sure it aligns with current best practices. We have updated our legislative program, the issues we lobby on in Washington and Richmond, to include support for gun violence prevention legislation. Knowing that weapons used in school shootings usually come from the home, earlier this year, our superintendent agreed to notify parents and guardians annually about their legal obligation to securely store all their guns. The notification also includes gun violence prevention resources to help parents and guardians have difficult conversations about guns and identify when their children might be a danger to themselves or others. Tonight, we will request an independent audit of the safety and security practices at every FCPS facility. And I hope we will pass this motion as well to develop a plan that expedites security vestibule construction in the schools that still do not have them. Guns have been illegal on school grounds for decades, but last year the General Assembly gave school boards the power to prohibit them on their non-instructional property as well, places like Gatehouse, for example. This board will vote on that at our next meeting. I worry that we as a society will eventually grow numb to these shootings, this never-ending loss of life, and we owe it to the memories of these children and our educators to remain engaged and channel our anger into focused action to stop these tragedies from happening to other families in our communities. And I'm confident this board has the resolve to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Marin. I really appreciated working with you as you unpacked an approach. What I especially like about the approach you've taken is that it doesn't draw on just a single source of funding. Because if we draw on a single source of funding, we repeat what occurred a couple years ago. Because I was actually part of the original maker of the motion a couple years ago about these vestibules. So I feel very passionately about them. What this does is allow us to, as they used to say, leave no stone unturned to find ways to make this happen. But I want to also just briefly talk about what Mr. Frisch just said, because there's an expression, do what you can do. And what is within our realm of control? What is within the realm of control of a school board is physical security of buildings that we own and lands we own. It's the curriculum that we use to teach our children about gun safety. It's the resources we provide to support our families. And it's also the investment in the mental health resources that we provide to ensure that we have social workers and counselors so that if there are areas to identify risk factors and provide the supports to them. And so this is one component of it, and it's a very important component. So thank you, Ms. Marin. I really appreciate you and Ms. McLaughlin bringing this to the board, and do believe that we should be able to get something done.
Ms. Tolan?
So, as part of my earlier work in my career managing large environmental cleanups, the security of nuclear and hazardous materials was part of what I worked on. So I'm acutely aware that the discussion around sound school security needs to be about a myriad of components. Some physical, like vestibule entries, fences, locked doors, etc., and some not physical, such as trained personnel, sound gun laws and policies, clear organizational responsibilities, mental health supports for students and staff, and overall community support. We must all be part of the safety at our schools, follow the rules about checking in, use the doorbell at the schools, and don't let unknown people into the building. So, while I will vote for an expedited process to add one physical measure, security vestibules, I am also acutely aware of the work we need to do to ensure that our FCPS safety and security department has the resources that they need to do the best job possible. Looking forward to working with our new Assistant Superintendent of Facilities and Maintenance to make sure the review of our current procedures and practices informs us as to any changes that need to be made. So I will support a little bit later asking for that review. In addition, I'll continue my efforts to understand this work and needs of our staff, providing mental health supports for our students, and providing school-wide programs to ensure that every one of our students has trusted adults that they can go to at any time. It is only through this multi-pronged approach that we can be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. I will, of course, support this. Oh, okay, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser wants to speak.
I apologize. Just briefly, I agree with everything my colleagues have said. I will support this. I'm not going to add on to that. Obviously, I very much agree with the layered prevention strategies. The one thing that I just wanted to flag that I think is also important when we're looking at these layered prevention strategies to add to our physical security, to our mental health supports, is bullying prevention. It's really, really important. We just had a conversation recently about some of our policies that we're looking to enact and my concerns about the unintentional bullying of special education students that may cause. And this shooter was allegedly bullied for a stutter. So I think it's really important as we're looking at all of these to look at all of those pieces to ensure that all of our students feel safe, have the supports that they need, our schools are safe, and all of our students are able to access education and survive.
So for me, I'll just say, you know, this week's events, of course, are horrific. And it has parents and people in the community wondering, you know, what else can we do? I don't want to give people false hope. These vestibules are not going to fix the problem of what is happening in our society. Only gun control laws are going to do that, and ensuring that people who should not have guns do not get guns. However, those horrific acts are thankfully extremely rare still. As horrible and traumatic and any loss of life, even one child, is horrific. There are other security issues that can happen in a school. Our schools are quite large. Our front offices are very busy doing the work of serving students and staff, and having this vestibule, having just another point, can stop other things from happening, like people walking in from, you know, the street and getting into the school when they shouldn't be there. It's a stopgap measure, so I look forward to seeing what plans are brought forth so that we can take yet another step to ensure the safety of our students and staff. With that, we'll take the vote, and if we can get that motion on the screen. All those in favor? Okay, that motion passes. And now I'll call on Ms. Cohen.
For real this time. I move to direct the superintendent to develop a plan for the recruitment and retention of critical shortage positions: bus drivers, food service workers, custodians, and special education teachers and special education support professionals, IAs, PHAs, PHTAs, and conduct a review of the job descriptions of the following employee groups: finance techs, family liaisons, and special education support professionals.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Anderson. Ms. Cohen.
You know, I think we've continued to have this conversation about we see all across the country that so many systems are hemorrhaging critical support positions for all kinds of reasons that I think any number of us have spoken to. And I think while the budget is really, really good, I want us to drill down on what Dr. Anderson always says about we shouldn't put braces on everybody. We need to have an overall system approach to how we best support our employees 100%, but we also have got to get in and do some triage for the critical support positions and figure out some creative ways to recruit and then to retain, and also look at what the job descriptions, because some of these are quite outdated, and these folks are doing an awful lot more than that. Just spending the last couple of weeks at Kilmer and Key, and looking at PHAs and PHTAs and what they're doing now as opposed to what they were classified for years ago, it just makes no sense. So I'm hopeful that my colleagues will be supportive of this. I know this is a more long-term plan, but I hope that this gives us some very specific targeted areas where we can better support our professionals.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, briefly, happy to join Ms. Cohen on this, and you didn't call me Dr. Riccardi this time, which you've done twice this week. This is in keeping with what I think we were discussing earlier. This really was born out of our want to further engage with our bus drivers and their compensation package, and making sure we can continue that conversation, which is what I attempted to do in a few follow-on motions earlier. But they're not the only groups they're not the only employee group that really require this additional investigation. And so I'm glad to be able to include the work that we need to do for our food nutrition services. We also have a dearth there with that employee group. Our custodians, we have a lot of work to do in our compensation, and I'm hoping that this will provide us the information to determine what our next steps are, as well as reviewing some of the job descriptions, as Ms. Cohen just shared. Our family liaisons, while they are in this year's budget, their job description has expanded in a way that none of us realized, and I don't think it's kept up. The job description has not kept up with the actual tasks for which they are engaged on a daily basis. So I'm happy to be able to work on this with Ms. Cohen.
Ms. Tolan? No? Okay. Okay. Mr. Koufax?
I appreciate, as I spoke earlier about the adding the other amendment, I believe this is the right way to do it. So I thank you for bringing this forward, and so I intend to support it.
Mr. Frisch? Ms. McLaughlin?
Given late hour, I just want to let you all know that I had a really great meeting early this morning with our support employees association, and hearing that, I believe it was the finance technicians, that their job description has not been updated since 2003. So we're talking about almost 20 years ago. This is very much needed. Earlier tonight in our budget, I believe we now are sending over about $1.4 million to our HR department for more funding and staffing. But this is crucial, and so I'm very happy to support it.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser? Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anderson and Ms. Cohen, for bringing this forward, because this actually, we were talking about our school system is a continuous work in progress, and we need to have systems in place that actually almost systematize the review of our policies, so that we aren't constantly feeling like we have to catch up and triage on one area and then another. And so this plan for recruitment and retention is just so critical, because it's actually more expensive to keep replacing employees rather than finding a way of making them stay. Thank you.
Okay, I think with that, we will go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of the motion on the screen, raise your hands. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Got a couple more. I'll call on Ms. Derenak-Kofax for a follow-on.
I move that the board directs the superintendent to present a plan for board consideration to engage with an external third party to provide a holistic review of our safety and security protocols and procedures in all FCPS building using year-end funds.
I will second the motion. Ms. Derenak-Kofax?
Yes, unfortunately, with my theme of history repeating itself, the tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida occurred in February of 2018. And immediately our board at that time directed the superintendent to do a comprehensive review regarding the safety and security measures deployed in our schools, what current practices are in place in elementary, middle, high school, and what best practices need to be implemented. Then in June of that year, there was an all-day work session where an internal report was presented and consequently instituted many enhancements, and many of what Mr. Plattenberg referenced to. I will not read all of them, but they were quite comprehensive. They were recommendations that have since been done: enhancing training for lockdown drills, reinforcing proper electronic door access, conducting tabletop exercises annually, requiring annual safety and security training, requiring principals to include a safety and security briefing, and enhancing school-based mental health supports. So we were able to do all of those plus much more. Our current board has also taken many initiatives to prevent gun violence and to keep students and staff safe, including the vestibule issue, which we just discussed, and work that began last year with a forum talk from Ms. Cohen and Mr. Frisch to prohibit by policy firearms on FCPS division-owned or leased property, and to review our curriculum, safety protocols, and professional development related to gun safety and suicide prevention. We know that our school security and safety teams are top-notch professionals, and consequently, FCPS has one of the most advanced school security systems in the nation, and we make critical safety upgrades to our buildings each year. However, we cannot be complacent. With the disturbing headlines today that CN noted that in the last 46 weeks this year, there have been 45 school shootings, including this week's tragedy at Robb Elementary School in Texas, where 21 innocent lives were lost. This cannot continue, but because it is happening, we need to make certain to assess our protocols and ensure that what we are doing is providing the safest learning and working environment possible. That is why I'm bringing this forward, and I look forward to my colleagues' support.
Thank you, Ms. Derenak-Kofax. Of course, I am very happy to second this motion. This is the heart of what we do, and that's ensure that when those kids walk onto our buses and through our school doors every day, that they walk out happy, healthy, and go back to their families. And we take that extremely seriously. And because of that, we have excellent security and safety staff, and this is in the spirit of continuous improvement and to ensure that we are doing everything we can, and we will leave no stone unturned to ensure that we keep our employees and our children safe. And of course, this is also not other people's children. For many of us, this is our own children. So I take this extremely seriously, and I'm happy to second. And I see there are a couple of people who would like to speak. Ms. Corbett-Sanders, followed by Ms. Marin.
Thank you so much for bringing this forward. You know, we review our policies every 5 years in governance. And I look at this as consistent with that approach, that we are reviewing where we are on safety and security in about a 5-year review cycle. And why that's important is because our schools continue to evolve, but also technology continues to evolve. So for example, you know, one of the things that they are recognizing is seeing what's happening in social media can be an indicator as to threats. We put in place systems to monitor social media to ensure that we're aware of any potential threats and are able to deal with them. But what this does is look at what we're doing and saying, okay, what else should we be doing in light of new technologies and new approaches? And so I just think that this is a sound approach that is consistent with what we do in other areas. So thank you so much for bringing this to us.
Ms. Marin?
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to see this motion, and it dovetails nicely with the facilities piece that the board approved this evening. I do hope that this audit and review includes student behaviors insofar as things like user error. Like, are our students, we're sure they're not opening doors when they shouldn't be. Do they know how to report when something's broken, a lock or something like that? And then also includes the different ways that the schools try to share the responsibility with families, so that families, are doing their share to talk to their kids not only about gun violence prevention and safety against guns, but again, the bullying component, those other pieces. So I do hope that this review is, a little bit more holistic to look at all these different aspects. Thank you.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
I'm really glad that my colleagues brought forth this holistic review. What happened this week was horrific, and I think for all of us, it is mine, I think all of our biggest nightmare for something to happen to our children. And as stewards of the system, as our leadership team, I know we take, all of us, very seriously the trust our families place in us when their children walk into our doors. And the fact that something like this could happen to teachers and children when their parents have trusted the school system. So I'm really grateful for all the work that Mr. Plattenberg has done, that the previous board has done in our excellent security system. And I'm really looking forward to finding out how we can improve this. But I just want to be clear, we will do everything we can to make sure our schools and our grounds and our buses are safe, but we can only do so much. Because the real issue is not how secure our doors are. It's how easy it is for people to buy guns. So we will do our best.
And with that, I think we'll go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of the motion in front of us, raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you. I'll now call on Ms. Cohen for a follow-on motion.
I move to direct the superintendent, working with the new superintendent for HR, to bring back to the board recommendations on how to address compression in our pay scales.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Ms. Cohen, comments?
Sure. I won't go at length, but I think a lot of the conversations that we had at our work session and that we've had together and with Ms. Burden as well are conversations about pay scales that were compressed for various reasons over time, and the angst that that's causing many of our employees. In particular, this was brought to our attention this time by our bus drivers, who are stuck with several years of service into the system and are stuck on a lower step than would reflect the years of service. So knowing that that impacts many of our employee groups, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser and I thought it was best to go ahead and let's take a comprehensive look at how we can best make that right by our employees.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Just briefly, I know we talked quite at length about bus driver pay as year-end funds, and the one goal that I think all of us have, and I know Ms. Cohen and I have, is we want to make sure that we're looking holistically, not just at our pay scales for bus drivers, but for all of our employees. The landscape for education staffing seems to have changed very, very quickly, and I know it's been on this trajectory, but the shortages of our staff, the needs of our staff, the work our staff do, I think it's a good time to really look at that pay scale compression and look at that as a recruitment and retention tool and see what we can do to make sure that we are using best practices in our pay scales. not just for our bus drivers, but for everybody. I know, Dr. Anderson, I appreciate the motion that you brought up earlier, and I knew you weren't able to attend the first work session on the budget and had to leave early at this last one. We did have quite a robust conversation about the pay scale. So I'm glad that we'll be able to take a look at this in a more robust and holistic way. And I just want to end by saying I think all of our number one goal is whatever changes we may or may not need to do, we want to make sure we do it in a way that can be sustained year after year. So thank you.
Ms. Barron, did you have your light on to speak?
No, thank you.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders? And with that, Ms. McLaughlin?
Yeah, I just want to, I'm absolutely supportive of this, but given our work session just 48 hours ago, where there was a lot of conversation and trying to understand, not just among the board, but even in the community, among our employees, there's pay scales, and then there's total compensation. And as long as Fairfax County Schools continues to have what we believe is a really great asset, which is ERFC, as a secondary pension, that still is funding that ends up being part of a total employee's compensation. And if we weren't putting it into the ERFC, we'd be putting it into their paycheck. And we have a very generous employer contribution to that. And so while we will look at pay scales, I just wanted to be mindful that ideally our new superintendent and assistant superintendent HR will help the board and help the community have this holistic conversation, especially for our employees, of what does pay, total pay and compensation mean. So I just wanted to make sure that was emphasized there, because Dr. Braben, who's still here with us, is you have shared over time, and I'll give the nod to Ms. Burden and everybody else. If the board isn't clear about all that it expects and hopes to see, then staff is left at a, well, we thought you just wanted that. And so I'm just kind of putting my little marker on the table that I think when we talk about pay scales, we also want to make sure that we always bring that contextual information, because we do compensate competitively, and I want to make sure our employees aren't seeing one slide, one chart, and suddenly only seeing a piece of how we honor them and try to remain competitive. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous. We have one last motion. I'll call on Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
I move that the division superintendent be authorized to take whatever actions are necessary to implement the decisions made by the school board relative to its 2023 approved budget, and that all policies and regulations inconsistent with the budgetary motions passed tonight are hereby modified and amended accordingly, and the division superintendent is to be granted authority to make all necessary minor changes and technical modifications to the budget and to salary scales to comply with the intent of the school board with regard to its budget actions.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Tolan. Do you need to speak to this?
No, it's just our standard housekeeping measure.
Ms. Tolan? All those in favor? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Agenda item, congratulations, we did that. You all did that. Wow. Agenda item 5, consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. The consent agenda is on the screen. Are there any objections to approving these items? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. Agenda item 6, new business. The following are new business items. There will not be a vote tonight, but actions scheduled for future meeting. These new business items are on the screen. Agenda item 7, board committee reports. Ms. Cohen has a report from Governance Committee, and Ms. Tolan then has a report from the Joint Environmental Task Force update.
Super quickly, we worked on policy 5011 and 5015 that deal with procurement. Those policies will be brought to the board either by new business or work session. I know that there's a survey out, so please make sure that you check your email and chair's notes and answer the survey about how you'd like to have those policies discussed. We also finally were able to pass our gun ban policy and bring that to the board. That was on new business just right this second, and it will be up voted on in our next school board meeting. We also took another look at the social media policy, both for school board and for FCPS employees, and that is continuing to be a work in progress. And we look forward to being able to bring that to you all in a work session some fine day. That's it.
Ms. Tolan?
Yes, Mr. Frisch and I met with our staff and county staff for an update on the JEC goals. We had a 2.5-hour discussion, but I'll just give you a couple highlights. I'll talk about 2 of our different goal areas, and then Mr. Frisch will talk about the remaining 2. So on the zero waste goal, look for a pilot at the Government Center cafeteria soon, where they're going to try a 3-bin pilot, trash, recycling, and compost, and see how that works and see if we can broaden that use across the county and the schools. It's very exciting. They're beginning work on a dashboard to measure all waste streams and monitor them over time. And from the school perspective, I'm really excited about, we will have some summer curriculum work on zero waste project-based learning units that can be slid into various curricular areas used with ESOL students and special education students, et cetera. The county is hiring at least 4 staff members to work on this project. Just a note for us, we have 1 person next year slotted in our 3-year plan. So we can look forward to maybe expanding our work there next year. Our workforce CTE staff has been working really hard, resource packages for counselors and career center staff, resource packages for employers to increase internship possibilities and green careers for our students. They are also, they've got some curriculum in progress working with the Virginia Department of Education to define employers' needs and develop pathways that will be embedded in the CTE curriculum around alternative energy in electrical courses. They're using our own energy management department, energy dashboards and energy reports, and looking at ways to embed those in our science and CTE courses. And that's just a subset of what they're doing. There's some very exciting work. Mr. Frisch, I'll turn it over to you.
I'll round that up very quickly. We also talked quite a bit about energy conservation and our program for solar panels on the schools. Hopefully we'll have more to report on that. Suffice it to say, we are looking at the communications apparatus around notifying communities when those projects are being installed, and I think we've said this before, but Annandale High School will be the first school in FCPS to move forward with that on rooftop solar. In terms of transportation, as I said in my previous comments, we're up to 28 approved electric buses, and for people keeping track at home, we had 0 2 years ago, so that's pretty fantastic. And we discussed the challenges with that, the county's progress on bringing in electric vehicles to their fleet, and how infrastructure becomes very complicated. The more buses that we bring in, all of a sudden you have to start thinking about, okay, where are we putting all of the charging infrastructure? Because they all have to get charged at some point. And how do we share with neighboring school divisions? Do we share, do we install things at schools? These are the types of things that have to be thought of as we move forward.
Thank you. Agenda item 8, board matters. And colleagues, I'm going to make a suggestion. It is very late and our staff have been up from very early, working all day. And us, yes, and some of us will be up in less than 6 hours again. So if there are no objections, I would like to skip board matters tonight and adjourn this day and end on a high note. Thank you.
Happy Memorial Day.
Happy graduation.
Happy
Yes.
graduation.
Yes, we can't wait. This meeting's adjourned.